referring to start. We will be taking public comment. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes for public comment per individual. We will take the people present here today, and then we will go to Zoom. The people on Zoom that like to make a statement will go to them after the people have a chance here in person to speak.
Since there's a limit to the number of people who can be in the room, will the door be left open so
Yes.
people in the lobby can listen?
And if anybody's not been vaccinated, we ask that they wear a mask for public health order.
All right,
Okay, sure.
I'm guessing everybody's here for the resolution that was passed by the board 2 weeks ago or so. I barely got notified of it myself because it would have been Sunday night. I read through it and probably share many of the same concerns that the public does. It seems to be a bit of an overreach, but this is not the intent in this. After reading it, I spoke with Commissioner Lovato a little bit in depth about that because I felt it was an overreach by the government. It seems that we were basically, that order was saying we can come take your stuff and tough for you. That is not the intent of that order. The intent of that order is in cases of emergencies. If I need $100,000 to pay somebody to build a levee to stop the water from rushing through, all I have to do is call him. I don't have to get the entire board to meet to approve funding, which is the current way it is. As I need funding for something, I need board approval. That's the entire board. With this resolution, it was intended to give them the ability to appoint the chair to give me the funding I need in an emergency without the board actually having to vote on it and go through this process because it can be long and drawn out. That's what the intent was. I can tell you all, I've had emergencies that have come up that I've needed equipment. I made one phone call and everybody from around the valley as a whole volunteers their equipment. They load it, they start coming to us. It's not that I'm demanding it, it's people are willing to help one another. Our communities are tight knit and we want to see the best for our communities. So, you know, a resolution like this saying we can do this and we can shut down everything, that's not the way it happens. We don't enforce that type of resolution.
But you could.
So it's not necessary.
No, it's not something that we do.
He's
Yes.
making a statement.
How many times have many of you in here have seen me have to close a road for an emergency purpose, you know, a car wreck or something like that? That is something that we can do. Can I enter your home because your wife is laying on the floor bleeding to death without a warrant or a warrant to get in there? Technically, yes. If your wife's about to die, that's exigent circumstance. We're there to save a life. We're not trying to say we're going to go in your house and search it for anything. No, we want to get in there to help you to save your wife's life. Your child's life. We've always had that.
Right. So
Yeah.
why is there? Sir, we're not
back
gonna
and forth.
debate this. He's making a statement. You can give your comment later, but we're not going to debate it. All right?
So, and that's, you know, that's where we've been forever. I don't know. The resolution itself comes from wording that a lot of other locations have used over the years from emergencies. They've seen where they had deficiencies. So they tried to word things so that they had the ability to take care of things without the bureaucracy of government getting in the way. Could that wording be cleaned up? Definitely. That's something that the board is going to have to address and work to get that cleaned up so that we don't have those things. If we have an emergency, there's going to be an incident command, which would probably start with me unless I'm out in the stuff, and then it'd probably be one of my staff. I would get the emergency manager to come in and help to know where we need resources and how to get those resources. That's his job. He knows how to find resources to get them to where we need. So that would all come together as a whole. Road and bridge people would be there to help out in different types of emergencies. public health of all sorts, in which we're seeing different things with that now. You know, fire, ambulance, everybody comes together in an emergency. The public, I have never once had a request that I need something that the public didn't come forward for me. Never. I've been here for 26 years. Whenever we needed a piece of equipment or extra manpower, all we have to do is ask. The public comes to us always. They love to come out and help. They want to help. They want to see the betterment of our communities. So is a resolution needed? To a certain degree, yes. We got to have some resolutions in there for our financial aspects of stuff. Without it, there is no way we can manage some of these things. If I decided I needed a tractor and I call this man over here, say, hey, I need your tractor. It needs to have a big front end loader. I need you to push a whole bunch of stuff. Is it gonna cost him? It could, fuel, wear and tear, things like that. If he says, you know, I'm gonna need to recoup some of the loss here that I'm gonna take, heck yeah, I come over here, I tell Tim, I need $2,000 to give this man because I've wasted a lot of his equipment time. Not a problem. Tim can say, yes, it's your money, go for it. So there's things that we can do as a community to make this right. I think the board is going to be able to address how to make this resolution right for our communities, not just for the government world, but actually for our communities. Let's get our community involvement so that we all see and can really understand what we're looking at there. The closing of stores and things, telling people when they can have food and groceries, that's just, nobody understands why that would be done that way. So, you know, I know that there's concerns with that, but I can tell you right now, that resolution, it reads to a lot of people that the commissioners can go in your house and take your stuff. Well, I can tell you, the board's not going in your house. They would never do that. That is what I'm here for. If I have to go into your house to take your ill child, wife, parent out to get medical treatment, I will do so. Not because I want to infringe upon your rights, because I don't want to see a life lost in our community. Nobody's lives are disposable. We need to do everything we can to protect life in this county. So that's what we're here for. I'll turn this back over to the board, let them figure out what they're going from here.
Okay. Would the board like to say anything first, or we can care for Mr. Walls? If not, we can go.
Mr. Walls should go next.
Morning, I'm Bobby Walls. I'm the Swatch County Emergency Manager. I am the one that drafted the resolution. I've been working on this for over 1.5 years. It's been presented to this board and the previous board 3 or 4 times in open session. The intent of the document is, like Sheriff Roy was saying, was to define the succession of authority of the board. If they are unable to meet, we can go to the board chair or the next person in line. And it also defines spending limits. A lot of the wording was taken straight out of the Colorado State statute, specifically the Disaster Act. There are other counties in the valley that have this exact same ordinance that's been in place for 8 years now. More than happy to talk with folks and explain what was the intent behind it. And we're more than happy to look at editing some of it in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Walls. Since I've been county commissioner, I've been commissioner for 6.5 years. Our goal has been, or my goal has been, to improve the services for our county and our constituents. We've built up the emergency management portion.
Turn the microphones on?
Yeah, we can't hear anything. I haven't been able to hear it. It's so quiet out there.
That's
The
fine.
microphones don't
Can you maybe put
do
it
that,
closer to
they
your mouth so
record- they're
that
for-
there's actually a speaker that we can hear. Yeah, that would be awesome.
there isn't a microphone that mic, no,
Do we have a
the speakers, oh, I can, where did you?
Just a second.
don't forget. They're just
Yeah,
for the-
they're-
Yeah, they're gonna
It's
feed
just
that.
for- we get
Those
feedback on
are
it.
for recording purposes.
Okay. Where would you like me to start? Can we start? Okay, since I've been a commissioner for 6.5 years, my goal is to help improve the services that we give to our constituents and citizens of Saguache County. We build up the emergency management portion of this and we're working on other departments. Mr. Wolves has been an asset for Saguache County. He's brought a lot of items or what needed to be improved in Saguache County. This resolution was a tool that we've been talking about for the commissioners to have in place. There's a need for spending, so we wouldn't have to convene as a board. We could do it through this process. This resolution gives the board spending authority. We are responsible for the expenditures of the county in conjunction with the sheriff. He makes the recommendations and we go from there and we'll try to find the funds for it. We are going to establish emergency funds so that we have it in place to know where the money's going to come from. And once that's grown down, we will replenish that fund. I did speak with a constituent yesterday that I could see his side. He told me that it was vague, overreach, provocative language, and we are reasonable people, and I agree with him with that. And we do need to get some public input. Maybe we're going a little too fast on this, but as Mr. Wold said, we tried to introduce this a couple of years ago or a year ago, and with the pandemic, so things put back on the back burner. So he brought it to us, we talked about it this spring, then he also talked to us and brought it to the board for decision, I believe on the 20-something of September. So that's when we adopted the resolution. There is improvement for it. I agree. So that is all I have to say, Commissioners. Who would like to go next?
You go ahead, Tom.
I just want to say that on the advice of our decorated emergency manager, we adopted this with absolutely the best intentions to protect the life and property of Saguache County residents. It's too noisy out there. We really need you to be quiet out there. Really have the best intentions. Never in the back of my mind did I consider taking anybody's rights away. I'm a private property advocate. I own private property. I own firearms. I have had people call me and say, "You're not taking my guns away." And I'm like, we have no intention of trying to take anyone's guns away, okay? I think the problem here is that we didn't communicate well with the county constituents prior to adopting this. And I want to see us improve our methodologies of getting out to the community what we're doing here. Sure, it was on the website that we were going to adopt it. We didn't get one single public comment. We adopted it. But, in retrospect, I think it should have been published in the papers, maybe on Facebook. We maybe need a better way to communicate with people somehow. And we've been thinking about this and we don't really know. If we could welcome to take suggestions on how we can increase the lines of communication between us and the community. And so I guess that's all I've got to say.
Mr. Thompson?
Well, I agree with everything that's been said of my fellow commissioners and our sheriff. We are here to serve you. That is our goal. When I'm not a commissioner, I work in an emergency room at the hospital in Rio Grande, in Delmar, Rio Grande County. And I know how important it is to have a plan when an emergency happens. And that's the part of this I did like, is that there's a plan for money, there's a chain of command, everything you need to help with a disaster. And maybe some of the word language, we didn't mean it to be overreaching. I think a lot of you take it that way, and I think we can work to reword it in a way that would suit our community and our needs. And we're willing to work with you because we are here to serve you. And we are glad that you all stepped forward and made some comments. That's the only way we know that we're doing our job, is by listening to everyone. Thank you.
I will now take public comment. Has everybody signed in? I'll just go around rooms. Has everybody signed in?
Yes.
Okay, there'll be a clipboard here that people can sign. And I suggest, or would ask that once you've spoken, or when this group has spoken, that they make room so they can exit, people can come in and voice their opinions. So, sir, could you introduce yourself as well?
My name is Bill Lanfear. I used to practice law in Idaho. I've been retired for 13 years. I did some constitutional law work, and I did municipal work as well. And I find that this document is about the worst thing I've ever seen. I don't know how you could possibly have had this on the books for 8 years and not understood that it's constitutionally overreaching. It's void for vagueness. The Supreme Court of the United States would use that exact terminology, void for vagueness. It allows so much opportunity for the wiggle room and so forth. I know you guys are trying to say that you have the best of intentions. We all believe that. We certainly trust you that you're honorable people. But if an unhonorable person got involved in this, it only takes one person to be a dictator here under the existing rules that we're under right today. This document needs to be changed immediately, and it needs to have a lot of public input. There needs to be adequacy of notice to the public. We found out about this yesterday, basically, most of us for the first time. And we need to have fair hearing. We need to have maybe several hearings about this, not just one, because you can tell there's 30 people out there, and there's more and more people throughout the county who are just very, very upset. Just about everybody that's even started to read this document is angry, almost angry about it. And it was so poorly written. It should be modeled after what would have to happen if you need a warrant to go in and do a search warrant in somebody's house. You need to have an independent judicial magistrate involved in this thing, not one person deciding he would go in if he had a reasonable belief that such and such was happening, something of emergency in its nature.
Time, sir. If you'd like to give additional comment, right, or we would accept that. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, identify yourself.
I'm Carol Ringenbod, and one story that I would like you all to remember, and I'm going to ask you, would any of you want to live in a nursing home? Would you walk into a nursing home and actually spend the night, one night in a nursing home? Nursing homes, the residents that live there no longer have a right. They don't have the rights anymore. We worked hard in years past to give people their rights, and we worked really, really hard to make a better place for them to live. That is all gone now. I was a CNA back in the 90s, and I put your grandma in a straitjacket because the health department told me to, because she might fall. Straitjacket tied behind, hands tied behind her back. Then in case she might get up and fall, I also tied her again to the handrail. And you're all appalled by that, I would think. I know you didn't have any intention of doing any harm. Nobody had any intention of doing any harm when they used to tie grandma up. But we tied grandma up. I was told to do that. Was I horrified by doing it? Yes. Would any of you be horrified? Sheriff, would you be horrified if you were asked to go in? You were asked to go do something that was totally against what you knew was wrong. You would be horrified. This sort of action, this sort of thing is just mere one step away of being like living in a nursing home, where your room is no longer your room. Anyone can go into your room and do whatever they want to do. And there are good people that work in nursing homes. Very good people. God bless them. that we are one step away of you just walk in there and see what it's like, put your mask back on, put your mask back on. You can't go there, you can't have the window open. Shut the window, shut the window. Your family can go out there and talk to you from the window, but shut the window.
Okay.
You guys have this, I know you have good intention, but you're.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Carol.
Mr. Fox.
Good morning. My name's Ryan Fox. I'm a Saguache County resident, farmer, rancher, local business owner here. I want to point out just a couple things to the board today and to everyone around. When I look around out in the foyer there today and in this room, I see a lot of faces that I don't recognize. A lot of people that maybe are from another place from here. And I'm very concerned about the attention that is potentially coming to Saguache County, to our community right now, because of the resolution that was adopted. I think if we look at what can happen here from a public relations perspective and from a press perspective, we may get a lot of attention that most people around here don't particularly look forward to. I would just like to ask the board to maybe consider dissolving this resolution and consider that be an option while we maybe as a community work in a little bit more intimate way to create something that does work for all of the things that you're trying to address and covers the intent behind what you have tried to do in a way that doesn't create so much concern and so much negative attention to our community. Beyond that, I don't have anything else to say. Thank you all.
Ma'am?
Hello, my name is Desiree Faraci, and I'm a resident of Saguache County as well as a business owner in the Valley. And there's been a letter drafted by concerned residents who have signed a petition that I will read with you all. And it's basically just the start of our petition, and I'm going to read you this letter. In light of the recent national published article from Gateway Pundit, many Saguache County residents learned of the civil emergency regulations that was signed and adopted on September 21st, 2021. We, the people of Saguache County, demand the proclamation to be dissolved immediately. The ethical and civil rights of the members of this community make your resolution a direct violation. Your regulations essentially has placed our community in martial law. Residents were never notified about this signed resolution. We are outraged by your decision to adopt this in Vail and for us to discover this on national news. We have some questions. What gives you the authority to take our constitutional rights away, the ability to stop our businesses use warrantless entry into private establishments, shut off our utilities, close our infrastructure, take our property, forbid sales of alcohol and weapons, and much more mentioned, is in direct violation of our rights? Who do you plan on using to enforce the resolution, since the Saguache Sheriff's Office is low on officers? Have you all thought about the possible ramifications of entering people's private properties? Is this resolution already in fact, which I'm guessing it is? What are we requesting? We're requesting an immediate withdrawal from this resolution. What is our next step if we do not feel heard? We will start the recall process for your county commissioner positions, as well as to continue with this petition. We do hope that you rethink this totalitarian-like act against our sovereignty and work with the residents who elected you. Our remote community does not need to be in such an extreme resolution. Most residents would never agree to this potential future for our communities in the event of an emergency. Please protect our civil rights.
Okay.
I will leave this with you.
Thank you. If you'll give it to us, we can make it part of the record, man.
Who can I leave this with?
Board chair or you can record
I have a stapler if we need it.
There you go. Yeah, stay with-
morning, everybody. My name is Joy Hill. I'm a resident, citizen, landowner in Saguache County. My grandmother told me many times when I was a little girl, good intentions pave the way to hell. I've heard a lot about good intentions. And if it is the intention, if it was the intention of this resolution to make it possible for funding for the sheriff to commandeer a tractor or to order a levee built to stop a flood, I don't think any of us have any problem with that. And according to Dan, that's already kind of the way it goes anyway. The public comes and the community comes together and the help that is needed is there. This resolution that you have passed blatantly ignores all of our constitutional rights. Whatever the intent of the bill, and I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt that everybody's intentions were great. This is tyrannical. That the fact that this resolution says you can come in my house, take my food, my clothes, shut off my water, take my guns, take my ammo, take anything in my house, invade my privacy, is a blatant violation of our constitutional rights. And I assume that you all took an oath of office when you took your present positions as commissioners. And I wasn't here for your swearing in ceremonies. I should have been, and I will be in the future. But I presume it included something like swearing to uphold the law of the land. And the bottom line on that is the Constitution. And this resolution violates the Constitution in every possible way with, as you say, the best of intentions. Reverse it. Take it right off the books and start again and write a fresh document that does not violate our rights.
Time's up now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Hello, my name is Jeff Reset. I live here. My name is Jeff Wentz. I lived here for 25 years. I'm a constitutionalist and a sovereign. I support my constitutional sheriff and the cops. But this is an outreach. This is majorly blown. This is lockstep agenda 201, 2021. This is everything of the CCP, the New World Order coming right here. This all needs to be resent and repacked out of here and redone properly, because we're not going to stand to it. Don't take my guns. Don't take my firearms. You got to sell some ammo. You got to sell gas. You can't turn off gas. Because if you turn off gas, then we're all stranded. You can't shut off our food because then we can't eat. This is what is done with this pandemic. You call it a pandemic, but it's a plandemic. And this is part of the plan to shut us out, to kill us all, to extinguish the population of this world. By 65% to 85% of the population will be destroyed. And this is the start of it all. And I want it to be resent and out of here. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Greg Hess, resident, Crestone, business owner, Saguache County. Thanks for having me. It's my fault for not being more in tune. But I'm that grateful to hear that we might be reaching out to the public. Don't we already have Samaritan laws to protect people from coming on property? That would be much better than to exacerbate some governmental or state-funded mandate. Do we need that government money? Do we need state money? As a citizen, I'd rather have Saguache County be more locally resourceful. But let's look at what happens if we take this money to enact these principles. What good is money going to be when there's nobody left to buy or sell? When we run people out that are producers? If we are cutting sales, aren't we reducing our own sales tax income? Most important, we need to keep our county autonomy. I highly encourage us to remove this and go back to our community nature, help one another. Yes, we can use guideposts and templates from things that work, but we don't need to take everything just because it's highly recommended and put it with a little carrot. We got to think of Susie Orman, she had a good word. People first, then things, then money. Thank you.
My name's Yada Bean, property owner, landowner in Colorado. Personally, I know and respect Dan, and I don't think that he's gonna take any of this in that way. But as he said, he's already has the ability to enter somebody's property if he believes there's a reasonable danger or reasonable for him to do so without a warrant. And I haven't really heard you guys give any reason other than the funding structure for any of the other points. Nobody mentioned any of them as necessary in this document. You all said the same thing. You need to be able to authorize funds. I don't think that anybody here has a problem with the authorization of funds. It's everything else in the document. And I haven't heard any one of you give any reason for why that needs to be there. There's already, if you guys need to, enter somebody's property, or you need to, whatever it is, you already have the authority to do so. And there's a framework set up for when you have that authority. This is so vague. It leaves open anytime. And I trust all of you. I think you had the best intentions at heart, but what happens when you're not elected next term? What happens when somebody else is put in your position who isn't as honorable or ethical? Somebody who doesn't have the same views you do and can exploit this document, because it gives blanket authority to do pretty much whatever you want. And, I feel like that is the biggest problem with this. Do you want to leave the funding structure in place? By all means, but the rest of the document needs to go.
Thank you.
I'm Afton Chelsea Fleming, a living woman of the land and soil of Saguache County, Colorado, in Crestone. I would like to express my sadness and dismay at learning of this resolution. I know that it is the overall feeling of every citizen here that we've spoken, that this is not in the interest of we the people. And I have here with me the Constitution of the United States of America, in which this great country was founded upon, our forefathers that they wrote. And I can go through and cite, we have limited time here, but the multiple amendments, Amendment 2, 4, 6, all of these stating our right to bear arms, our right to sell alcohol, and more importantly, we have Amendment 14. Persons naturalized in the United States are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. This is the Bill of Rights. We have these rights as United States citizens, and we find that the overreaching, unconstitutional nature of this resolution has conflicted with this. I stand here before you and state this. I also would like to reference the Declaration of Independence, that we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We find that this resolution, not to speak of further reaching resolutions within this country, are in conflict with this. We are a peaceful people. We simply want life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to live upon the land and the right to the resources thereof as humans of God. And I pray, I ask that this life, liberty, and happiness not be transformed into death, slavery, and fear.
Time's up.
Thank you. I appreciate the time to be heard.
Hi, my name is Patricia Faust, and I'm a retired public relations professional. Moved to Crestone about 8 years ago. And I'm not going to repeat what a lot of my friends and colleagues and neighbors have said. I think what I want to say is that I have friends in Canada and Australia, and I am not willing to let the same thing happen here. And I'm prepared from a media standpoint. I've worked with Barbara Walters and Katie Kirk on set I've worked with all the legends of media, had coffee with Harry Smith, if you're old enough to remember him. And I'm prepared to launch a global media campaign to shine a spotlight on this. So what you have instituted will not happen. And I have the ability to do that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Eric Karlstrom. I was a geography professor for 30 years. Now living in Crestone. Madison versus Marbury, 1803 is the law of the land. It says all laws repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. I have never read anything so repugnant to the Constitution in all my life. I think Hitler, Stalin, Lenin, and Mao would have been very comfortable with this document. We need to remember a little history, and that is that in the 20th century, 262 million people estimated were killed by their own governments in a process called democide, death by government.
You know what you do.
What is being set up here is very, it brings on that very draconian possibility. So there are a number of things, of course, in the document which are particularly objectionable. The definition of prevention basically amounts to thought crime. And we will monitor all your opinions and thoughts. And if you are not thinking properly, then you might be a potential perpetrator. And that, of course, is not defined, nor are the crimes. So this is a horrendous. And the other thing, of course, it gives almost unlimited powers to one person in our county to declare what an emergency is and then bring on all the dictatorial powers you can imagine to take care of that. So it throws us into a communist system, which none of us are going to support. This is the United States of America. I would remind you the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Gettysburg Address. These are the words that we grew up with as children. I think the entire document is severable because it does violate the Constitution so blatantly. So we ask you to rescind this document immediately for our well-being, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's a travesty, and of course, combined with some of the things that are going on right now with COVID, this could be used to deeply divide and conquer our nation, to round people up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Seth Buchanan. I'm simply here to remind you guys that you are public servants. You guys answer to us, and I want you guys to listen to what everybody is listening to today. Please, this is a document. You guys need a way to fund a disaster response. Make a bill for that. Do not put the rest of the garbage in there. It's unacceptable. You guys.
Clerk Hawkinson speaking. How may I help you?
Thank you.
My name is Lori Nagel. I have questions. Can you guys answer questions if I ask you, like?
Yep, 8 to 4.
I'm not gonna answer questions.
We'll see you there.
Well, here in the definitions under disaster, it says epidemic. And I'm guessing that what we're in right now, this big pandemic, is an epidemic. And then down in prevention, in number 4 of definitions, it says immunizations. So I am understanding that if one of you guys,
you don't even watch Ninja Turtles,
determines that this is a epidemic, pandemic, whatever it is,
speaking. How may I help you?
You can force immunizations on everybody that's living in this county. I mean, is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? Because that's huge. That is our body, our right. You cannot force immunizations on people just for living in a county. And I am appalled by, I mean, there's so many things in here to be appalled by, but this is a huge one for me.
We'll see you there.
And I don't think it's okay in any sense of the word that if one of you guys says, oh, well, this is an epidemic, and not to mention the epidemic, pandemic, plandemic, whatever it is increased, inflated with all the numbers. We all know it is with these PCR tests that the inventor himself said is not adequate for seeing if you have this coronavirus in you. And that's what they're basing all the numbers on. And then one of you guys can say, oh, it's an epidemic. It says right here in our clause that we can force immunizations. And that is not okay with me. I would like to kindly ask you all to rescind this entire thing because it is a crock. It is not normal. And obviously we made national news with this because nobody else in this whole country is doing this. And you guys just signed away on it like it's nothing and didn't even tell anybody. And I'm appalled. And please consider rescinding this entire document and write it from scratch with people, citizens, input, something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ina. I live in Crestone. We appointed you in trust that you would represent us. We do not want this document. It is in direct violation to our second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. amendments to the Constitution. So we ask that you rescind this entire document. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, I'm Buddy Frank, and I don't think I know you guys, but Tom, Tim, and Lynn, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
It's really odd standing here with these kind of divided things between us and acting like we're somehow separate from each other, but we're not. We're all living here together in community. And this is the challenge I have with this document. It's like, this is an obvious tyrannical kind of idea that's brought along in this document. It's very disturbing. How do we live in community with folks who sign a document saying that they're going to be tyrannical against us, against the community? I'm a little confused how we're all supposed to be in community together in this situation. It's a little disturbing to me. So it's set up to be divisive, and I don't know what to do about that. It seems like we need a little more time to talk about this. And so it would be really nice if we could open up the comment period again and have a longer discussion about what this is really going on. That would be probably an optimal solution for what we could have here. So I'm asking you as a person who's, part of the community, that you rethink this idea about giving us a little more space and having the community talk to you a little bit longer about these the specificities that are in this document. And I appreciate you thinking about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello to all of you, Brad, Tom, Tim, Lynn. My name is Sharon Widener. I come to you as a grandmother, a mother, and a member of the Crestone community, the beautiful community where we love nature. We came here because we love nature. And my heart is broken about not only what's happening here, but what's happening in the country as well. The divisiveness. And I've worked many years in many countries to help bring people together. And my prayer is that look into the eyes of your children, your grandchildren, your friends, and is this your legacy? Is this really what we want to leave in this beautiful county to those that come after us? So I agree with Buddy. Let's talk. Let's see what we can do together to bring some kind of resolution, and that's in best service to us all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. That was very, very beautiful. I came here.
Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Eleni Deering. I came here to witness a moment in history and to look into all of your eyes. This is a moment, this is a line, and I know that there is humanity inside of you and there is a conscience. Whatever compelled you to agree to this resolution can be undone in this moment. And so I'm here to ask each of you to reconsider your position, to reconsider what this implies in terms of our county, but the ripples it will have on all the other counties in this country. And all the nation is watching us right now. We are the test. This is the line in the sand. And I'm asking each of you to please connect to your humanity and do the right thing. Do it for yourselves, do it for your families, do it for your loved ones, do it for the community that has supported you, that you have made a covenant to support. And listen to the testimonies of all these patriots that came here today to take the time out to come and address you from our hearts, from our souls, from our convictions of upstanding sovereignty. Our individual sovereignty is what we are here to declare and uphold. So thank you for listening. Thank you for opening your higher conscience and doing the right thing.
Is there anybody else that'd like to comment?
Could you just sign your name and
Is there gonna be anybody else that wants to comment?
So, are you able to answer any questions?
No, we're taking some comments.
Okay, well then, basically what I've,
Excuse me, could you
say again?
your name, please?
I'm a land and soil man. So I just would like you guys to consider the fact that, have you considered that you could be held personally liable on a personal suit level for violating the living law called the We the People, that their rights are being violated by this agreement that somebody signed and agreed to. Who knows if there's any other, anyway. I'm sure that there's a lot of information that can be found. And since everybody is just now finding out about this, I think that it would be smart of y'all to consider that you could be held personally liable for it. I don't know if it's for sure. I'm just asking, is it possible that you could be held personally liable for actually violating people's rights and not persons under the government? I'm talking about real living beings that are actually here, that are actually the real living law that creates the Constitution and everything, okay? Everything that gives you your money and all of the ways that, these things happen through legalities and backdoors and all of these kinds of things, words. So what we're talking about today is words that are in violation of, and if you exercise what has been potentially legal, made legal, right, then I just think that it's smart to consider the fact that if you were to actually exercise these agreements that you have made amongst yourselves, and that we are, I'm here to say that the living people who are making the law and that I've listened to and gathered the information from, we don't comply.
Okay, time's up, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You're allowed 2 minutes. Hi, everyone. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Your name, sir?
Dean Lloyd. I'm a practitioner, and I thought I'd just share a little bit of my recent experiences. I've been to Los Angeles back and forth, and I've seen an emergency. I've been involved with ALS patients, cerebral palsy patients, and I thought I'd just share my perspective in that forgiving those that are highly emotional in our communities, because this is a very sensitive issue, obviously. And I appreciate your comment, Lynn, about the rewriting or redefining the word emergency, because when I read it, it was so wide open in terms of what it could mean that that does need further evaluation. So what I wanted is a clear definition of that word emergency. And anything can be called an emergency. And in the hospital situations I've been involved with, we are dealing with direct involvement of emergency situations. And it's not really important what my personal involvement was in those situations. However, I do find that as well-intended as you may have been in this situation, that there is an absolute crossing over the line in terms of authority. And being in the medical profession, I obviously have to make judgment calls constantly. And so I want to first honor the fact that you're in a position to make a decision based on the best of your knowledge, and having background in some areas and some areas you don't. And if we can be welcoming to the fact that we are doing this together, I do think that our community has reasons for speaking their grievances, but more importantly, that we have a solution together. And I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Mark Wildman, and I just learned about this morning, and so I just turned around and came back to attend this meeting. Number one, it's a violation of illegal search and seizure, according to the U.S. Constitution, that this county is supposed to uphold. Number one, yeah, illegal search and seizure. Number two, the fact that you can come in and confiscate firearms violates, number two, the right to keep and bear. So therefore, that supports the First Amendment. Obviously, we all get to have a say in what goes on, and nobody can censor us. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. Now, what constitutes an emergency? And yeah, what? They declared COVID, what, a year and a half ago, with 99.86% full recovery of everyone who's had it. Yeah, people have died, but they've been compromised. They had compromised immune systems and so forth. But they declared an emergency for something that's, like I said, 99% ill effect. I have not worn a face diaper or got since this thing started, and I have not had the shot because I don't believe it. Excuse me, but Psalm 91 says, "My Lord has my back." And if he's got my back, how much better are you? If not, if you can come close. So therefore, with this ordinance or whatever you call it, I think it needs to be repealed, because this body cut the budget of the sheriff's department in 2018 by what, 10%? And you keep doing these kind of things to weaken this community. And hear this, you might need the citizens of this community to step up and back you up if it comes to some kind of a conflict where, yeah, this county, this community is in jeopardy. So therefore, I think it'd be a good idea for you guys to repeal this and send it along far away.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I really appreciate the time to speak. My name is Marcus Weir. I'm a resident of this county. I read over this resolution, and it's horrifying. And I believe that the Constitution exists so that this would never happen. I believe that the people that are holding office right now to sign this paper have committed an act of treason against the Constitution. I also believe, without a doubt, that if you don't rescind this, you're going to be replaced. And I'm happy to run. I'm happy to have any one of these people run. And the reason is because the limits that were placed on government by the people of this country were to protect them. Protect them from a government that decides that they can't protect themselves, that they're not allowed to deal with an emergency the way that their heart, the way that their God, the way that their intuition tells them to deal with it. This entire county was based on the most brave, courageous individuals that came out here as homesteaders. They came out here without any infrastructure, without any government to hand them something. They came out here with the will, and they came out here with the knowledge and the confidence, with a connection to God, and with their two hands that they've been given, that they could grow their food. They could hunt for their food, and for sure, with the water table just a few feet down, they could find water to drink. Just to finish up, the limits of the government shouldn't be taken away in a time of emergency. And everything that is vague, like words like emergency and safety, being reasons for entering private property or disarming a person or keeping them from being able to trade, barter, keeping them being able to deal with a dollar collapse. If the dollar collapses, then we need to be able to talk to our farmers. We need to come together as a community to get people that have wells to be able to keep us from thirsting to death. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you guys a little quote to think about. My name's Trevor. Benjamin Franklin said, any society that gives up a little bit of liberty for a little bit of safety deserves neither and will lose both. Think about that.
One more?
No, I don't know how many more out there would like to have public comment.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Jack.
We will go to, we'll do one more and then we will go to C. Thanks.
Okay.
Your name, please?
I'm Jillian. Thank you, Jillian Tomlinson.
Okay.
Thank you for opening this space and listening to us. I would just really like to make a point that there is not one person here that wants this or thinks they need this. As a community, especially what we have came out here for, we do not need laws or, martial law to take care of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Liz.
Rachel Weir, Crestone resident, taxpayer in Saguache County. Lynn Thompson, Tim Lovato, Tom McCracken, you are all on notice by the people. Is Robert Bobby Swoles here? Hi, Bobby. From my understanding, you are not a Saguache resident. Is that correct? You live in Salida, you're a Chaffee County resident, and you would oversee making decisions for my county. Is that correct based on what this document, this resolution states?
We're not allowed, but.
Right, no one's allowed to have a dialogue. That's so interesting. This is very one way. Again, you are all on notice. We, the people, will not tolerate this. This will be rescinded. This should not be active for another moment. If y'all don't see the big picture, if y'all don't see what's going on around the world and in other states and our bordering countries, you should get educated. You should come out here and talk to the people. Get behind, get on the other side of this desk, this barrier. Come stand up. We're all standing up out here, and come speak with us. We will be happy to educate you on global issues and what's really going on here. Mr. Bobby may be very educated and have all of the certifications and education needed for his position. I don't know if his position is required for our county, but what I will tell you is there should be somebody from our county in his position who lives in our county. This is awful. And what I will also disclose is I heard, we're a small town, word gets around. I heard, Tom, that you didn't even really read this document. That's a dereliction of duty. Lynn, Tim, I wonder, have you guys read the document in its entirety prior to this meeting before signing it? How much money have you received? We know what's going on and we're very upset. Can I tell you something, Tim? Your time is up.
Year and a half.
Calm down. Let the commissioners speak now. Thank you.
We will be taking comments from Zoom. Remember, we have a 2-minute time limit, and please address give your name.
You have one more.
Well, you're
out of time.
We were out of time. We're just doing a little more. And the lady that had the child was the last one. Sorry, sir. Okay. All right, I'll take you. No more after this one. Then we'll go to Zoom. Name, sir?
My name is Jack Dillander.
Jack what?
Dillander.
Okay, thank
you. I have been asked by God to run for governor, to pick up where my grandfather left off. I put my name down. And I'm here to announce my candidacy for governor. I haven't done a lot of public speaking, so, but what I'd like to say is that I've only lived in Colorado for a short time. One thing I've noticed, though, is that people in the mountains are different than people in the cities. Whoever wrote this was from a city. People who live above 6,000, 7,000 feet rely on our rights, our God-given rights. For survival. And just like indigenous people, if you take away our rights, that would be the equivalent of destroying the buffalo. And by that I mean is you take away our right to survive. We rely on the right to speak, the right to bear arms, all of our God-given rights. And they're important, and they're important for you to consider. As governor, I would eliminate these policies, this government overreach. And I would also eliminate any kind of vaccine mandate and mask mandate. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we will be going to Zoom. Commissioners, we have not many comments to take off Zoom. The reason I went with people here because they took time and made the effort to come to the meeting, so. We don't have time for all of them, I don't feel. Those that would like to have their comments heard, they could send it in writing and we can make record of it. So I'm asking the commissioner, how many do you want to take on?
How many did we have come in?
30. I can count. I gave Dominic the one sheet. There's 12 on here.
How many do you have, Dominic?
16?
20 and 12.
These people sent me they came in, so.
Yeah, I was just kidding. So you want to do half of that, 14?
We could. So it was 16 total? Yeah, 49 on Zoom. Okay, we cannot take all 49.
Tim?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to make a motion to rescind the resolution right now and maybe short circuit this whole process.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor for the board. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second. Discussion. Do you have any discussion on?
I think we've heard from the constituents. We have not heard one word in favor of this resolution. I think we must have blown it big time. And I hope we can work in the future to get these lines of communication open with the community so that we never do this again.
I agree with
Please.
I agree with Commissioner McCracken. And I think we do need public input, but I think we do need an emergency plan in place. And we need to work on a better one, but we do need to have one.
Okay. I also agree with Commissioner Thompson. We do need some form of a template to set up a spending structure so that we know what the process is. I think we've had some comments here today. We can work off this template, get rid of a lot of the parts that's offensive to a lot of people, but we could craft what we think is a better document for public input. Okay, so therefore,
my suggestion would be to rescind the entire document and then maybe vote to reinstate the non-controversial parts of this at a later moment.
Okay, later today or
maybe today, maybe,
or at least keep the fiscal portion open.
Yeah, we need that in case something happens. We at least need the fiscal portion in place.
We operated so far with that so far.
Yeah, we have. Okay.
All right, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass. Motion and resolution has been rescinded. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I make a brief comment?
Sir.
So, yeah, I'm gonna stand up because when I come out here, I'm used to moving around anyway. Talk to you guys. So I'm just the attorney, so I'm just a person that tries to help out. You did elect me, and I have no authority to do anything, but what I wanted to say was that, first of all, I personally, for what it's worth, I agree with every one of you, right? I think the least amount of government, the better, but, your commissioners are speaking themselves, and I can tell you, I enjoy working with them because at least so far, I knew we've seen eye to eye with that concept in mind. So the hardest thing, and we talked a lot about the Constitution today, is how do you protect the rights of people? What do you do to protect those rights without infringing on other people's rights? So one thing I wanted to point out was, for my analysis of this, it was not made up. It was a product of what other government has gone through. And I don't know if you guys followed, if you're old enough, remember Katrina, back in 9/11, riots in various cities. And so they didn't have the good people of SWAT, and they had people breaking in and doing things to each other's neighbors. So the government said, well, we need more rules and regs to protect people from harming other people and protecting their rights. Does that make sense? So each one of those line items were created, actually this has been used by other government entities, even in our area, but it was a product of trying to do the right thing. So you've seen what the commission's done today, but please understand that in my experience, at least here, and I wouldn't want to work for an entity that's different than that. Their heart is in the right place. And I'm not trying to sell it. I don't really care. I can quit tomorrow. I'm saying this because it's the truth. So thank you for coming and talking to them, because what I've seen is they're open. They're trying to use what other governments had used. They didn't just make this up with nefarious reasons. However, your points I agree with. It can be used to overreach. And you know, I lived in the valley. I moved back, and one reason why I like being here, and I actually love to watch you if I live across the line to Rio Grande, is leave me alone. You know, just leave me alone to live the life that I want to do. I'm not going to harm anybody else. I don't want to infringe on anybody else's rights. So how do we balance that? You know, is it against the Constitution? This is take away people's rights. Like, no, oddly enough, weirdly enough, from the law standpoint, it was actually created to try to protect other people's rights. And at what point have you created so many rules that's starting to infringe on people's rights granted by the Constitution? Does that make sense? So those are the two concepts we're trying to weigh out. And it seems simple, right? No big deal. Like, this didn't seem like a big deal. This is what, you know, a lot of this is actually the Colorado State statute of the governor's powers that you guys, okay, glad I had not even looked at that. You're going to shut down businesses, alcohol, all that. So when we looked at this, we thought, well, that's kind of what's been done. And that was born out of these other disasters. Does that make sense? It's actual things that happened, created these line items. So they weren't just like, you know, manufactured. So the only thing I want to say in closing, and thank you for the time, is please work together. I can tell you that the conscience weighed heavy on the commissioners. They're really trying to do the right thing. To your point, that we have to be here forever. So we have to look ahead. We have to be wary that somebody doesn't use a good idea and rules for nefarious reasons. And once again, personally, I'm right there with you. And I'm watching that all the time. And I'm concerned personally, not speaking for the board and the county, about what's going on at the national level right now. It's government telling me what I have to do, what I don't have to do. Okay, I don't like it at all. And I heard that today. And I feel that today. So for what it's worth, that's where I'm coming from as I give my advice. So my observations to commissioners, that's exactly where they're coming from. It's exactly what you said, exactly where I am. So in the future, I would ask, please not assume nefarious, because one unfortunate thing that happened was there were threats to the commissioners, calling them names, threats to perhaps kill them, things like this. That's not, you know, to your point, folks. And I'm not saying you guys, but if you know anybody in the community that that's how they're responding, I hope you will help us sing the spirit of what I heard today, of cooperation, of working together. And hopefully nobody on the commission is threatening to kill anybody or call them names. That's not going to happen, right? So please, I'll mix that. We want good comments like we did today. Come in and work with these folks, work with me, and my advice is legalities. Please understand this wasn't made up. This is where it came from. This was the intention. And yet everything you said today is correct and accurate, right? Okay. So thanks for letting me speak for a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right. So do you want to dispense with public comment on Zoom, or would you like to continue with the agenda?
I would like to actually still make a comment if possible.
I will take 3 comments from the Zoom. And then I'll give you 2 minutes, and then we will continue with the agenda. We have a lot on our agenda, so please introduce yourself. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Trish Slater. I am not from Saguache County. However, I am the former Rio Grande County Administrator and the former Supervisor of the Rio Grande County Emergency Manager. I thoroughly appreciate that you rescinded. That was going to be part of my asking. I have already reached out to Rio Grande County Commissioners and asked for the same. I did want to make sure everyone is aware that every single county in our region does have this exact document, with the exception of the fiscal part. That is the one area that differs from county to county. I am very aware of where this document came from. And I want to make sure everyone listening and even the commissioners there are aware as well. It comes from the Homeland Security down to the state regional director of Homeland Security, who is Dave Osborne, and then down to each of the emergency managers of each county. But each county already has an EOP, which is an emergency operating procedure. This resolution completely contradicts that EOP and is 100% unnecessary, just like you said, with the exception of the fiscal aspect. You need to, in almost every single situation of emergencies, the sheriff is the incident commander, and it needs to stay that way. Under no circumstances should one chair be in charge over all three. We have three commissioners for a reason. As far as the transparency aspect, I would like to recommend that along with your agenda being posted on the website, to include the entire packet, which would include a resolution like this one for the public to review more than 24 hours before your meeting. So we have an opportunity to read it and come to you with a problem before you actually approve it. That would be it. And so we do need to go to all counties and have each of them rescind this.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, who'd like to go next? What do you have, Jay?
Hi, my name is Danielle Neuschwanger, and I'm actually also a candidate for Colorado State Governor. But I spent 10 years in criminal justice working in the mass casualty, mass incident command area. And so thank you so much for rescinding this, but I actually came today to provide some feedback on how to improve this document. And so I'd just like you to take the following issues into consideration, because I do believe that it will help you be successful in the future. First, under the spending authority, I would ask that you disclose how you got to those number limits, because I do know that Saguache is not a wealthy county by any means, and an incident command can last longer than 72 hours. Being able to spend $300,000 in a rural area in 72 hours is going to be economically impacting your financial budget moving forward. And so I would just ask you to reconsider those numbers, or at least come up with a budgetary analysis breakdown of how you plan on spending those funds, and make sure that the county does have some impact in feedback on that. Additionally, the entire section 2 is kind of a constitutional and legal disaster. Specifically, I found 2D number 6 rather amusing, that you want to prohibit the sale or distribution of products that would constitute a danger to the public or health safety. And why I found this amusing was, if you were able to do that on any grounds whatsoever, you wouldn't have a methamphetamine or heroin problem in your county. And so I'd like you to reconsider the wording, especially for number 4, 5, 6, and 7. Also for 7, 8, and 9, I do believe that none of you have previously worked for the Colorado Department of Transportation. And so it might behoove you to reach out to them to find out best practices, because how this reads right now would be an overreach of your sheriff's legal authority. And I want to address number 4, that the closing of businesses deemed non-essential by the chair. We have seen the constitutional disaster that this has brought with Governor Jared Polis and his deemed of non-essential businesses, and the impact that that had on rural communities and small businesses. So I would just ask you to reconsider that language. And then next, 2D number 16.
Now your time's up.
And I only have a couple more. I only have 2 more, but these are important for you. 2D number 16 is in direct violation of the Colorado Constitution.
All right. Who's next on Zoom? We'll take one more, or is this it?
Hey, Tim, this is Kyle Grody. Do you mind if I chime in for a minute?
All right, Kyle, I will let you be the last one.
All right, I appreciate that. So, yeah, I read that this resolution this morning, and I got pretty upset. And then I've always tried to come from a place of love, and I think that's really important. But I'm so impressed that our community is awake, our community is standing up, our community is smart. And I don't want to say anything else about the world and agendas and all that stuff because it is such a unknown, but it sure looks a lot really funny. And I ended up having to tell my brother this morning to wake the F up. And I'm telling you, man, I'm glad we have you guys on our side. I'm glad you dissolved it. I think in a lot of ways, this was a successful day. And my message to everyone, if we can stand up and be peaceful about it, but stand up, stay smart, and build up those immune systems. All these good things. We are gonna not only survive, we're gonna thrive. And when we get rid of greed, we will succeed. And that's the end of what I have to say. But much love to all of you, and stay safe.
Thank you. The commissioners will go on with the rest of the agenda.
Tim, I've got a letter here from over 100 people. I probably ought to be ready. It's pretty short.
Okay.
And since it represents so many people, yeah, I can keep it everything.
This is the last comment on the resolution 2021-7 that's been rescinded. So Commissioner McCracken.
This is a letter that resulted from a meeting that was held at the Cloud Station last night. It says, we, the people of Saguache County, are writing to draw your attention to concerns regarding the impact of resolution number 2021-07, adopted September 21st, 2021. There was a meeting held on 10/4 at District 1, Colorado, attended by over 100 people, where issues and concerns about this resolution were discussed. As mentioned in the Saguache County government website, the commissioners are available to work with Saguache County residents on decisions that affect their lifestyle, livelihood, or finances. At other times of the year, especially during the annual budget preparation, the commissioners will schedule additional meetings to meet the needs of the business at hand. The commissioners are open to phone calls, visits, and letters from concerned residents of Saguache County. We have specific reasons that the resolution passed by the board is unconstitutional, among other things. We would be happy to go over that with you. We would appreciate time to discuss this. We are pleased that you represent us and feel comfortable to approach you directly on this matter. Our specific request for you is that during the Board of Commissioners meeting on 10/5, you present a motion to the board to reopen the comment period on resolution number 2021-07, adopted September 21st, 2021. Yours sincerely, the community of Creston.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we are well behind our agenda timeline, but that's quite fine. We will, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Thank you, guys. agenda is employee service pin presentation. And today we have Diane Romero. 2 years, no, 35 years of dedicated service.
Now we get to clap.
Thank you. I'm employed by the Department of Social Services. Diane, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diane.
I'm sorry we waited.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go around and get a
Yeah,
picture.
we'll be patient. Thomas, you gonna join us?
Sure.
Oh.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I know, I have a GoPro.
Thank you, guys. Still have your coat on then.
Because Tom had the window open.
Brad even had his coat.
Brad had his coat on too. We finally told Tom to shut the window.
It's warming up.
It was cold in here. It was cold and well. Check this out. Check this out,
Okay,
Mona.
next on the agenda. Motion to go to Board of Health.
Okay, I move we go into the Board of Public Health.
Give a second, please. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I don't have much, because I've been meeting with you guys like every week, so. We did have an interesting meeting this morning. Use our morning meeting between the LPHs, usually it's about an hour, but today it was an hour and a half because we were talking about everything. But, so right now the head count is 271 Valley-wide. We have 33 in our county. So that's where we're at. And I gave you a breakdown of where they're at. And if, when you look at center, it's 22, but the majority of those are kids too from the school. And they're not right there. So. One of the top things I had on my list was getting this, we're getting our immunization round 4 funds. And here's the letter that needs signed. I wasn't sure who had to sign it, so I just put you both on it.
Okay. And what are the deliverables on this?
Just what we're doing, immunizations.
Okay.
We do a quarterly report.
I'm sorry. Your chair. She's chair.
Once in a while.
We do a quarterly report, and then they can see and says they know that we're doing shots. That's how they know what we're doing.
The chair needs to call for motion.
Okay, can I get a motion to, did you want Tom to look at it, or you just need 2 signatures, or all 3 of us? Let him look at it before I do the motion.
No.
This is just, this money for immunization.
Yeah, so this one actually started August 23rd and it'll go through June 30th, 2024. So it's about 20,000 a year.
No, I move to authorize Tim and Lynn to sign this document.
Call for a second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you want us to sign this?
Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, after the meeting the other day, I emailed you guys the inventory from the CARES fund.
Yeah, I saw that.
Does anybody, you guys read my thing when I send it?
Yeah.
Okay.
For which?
For my report. Yeah.
This morning.
Okay. So, we're still vaccinating everywhere. And then today, and I put this in the meeting, or in my daily report. So there's going to be testing here at the community building continuing. And then the Crestone Charter School has them coming now from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. in Crestone, and it's open to the public.
for parking at the charter school? Or-
That's what it sounded like when, so they're, I don't know if he's the principal or the superintendent, one of them sent me an email and said, hey, I saw one of your daily reports, can you stick us on the mailing list? So I got about, I don't know, a lot of people those have got to now.
One question, what we talked about COVID. What is the percentage vaccination rate for Swash County? Did you ever find out what that percentage?
I did, so I got with, I'm gonna send us our stuff at the doctor. And I said, why am I thinking that we're at 70% and you're showing us at 35? And he said, because you're counting each one of those as vaccinated, where each one of those is, it's 2 shots to be vaccinated. So he said, you're doubling it. So I made a mistake. We are at 35% when I thought we were at 70 going by the numbers. Because CIS counts each time you get a vaccine, not that you've gotten the full set. So I made a mistake there. So
35%'s really low.
Yeah, that's what
yeah, well, we're probably at 40 now, but we're still not close to where we need to be. That's why we just can't stop doing our clinics everywhere.
We have outbreaks.
Yeah.
We have so much COVID.
You know, it's, I keep thinking we don't have enough numbers to go to Crestone, but every time I say that, you know, if we're doing 10 people, that's still 10 people that wouldn't be getting vaccinated. So I can't not keep going up there. I mean, even if it's for 10.
So I guess for the report from now on needs to be fully vaccinated.
Fully vaccinated, yes.
Thank you.
I know, I was pretty sad that you told me that.
What about the SHARP program?
So the SHARP program,
Are we still doing it at Road and Bridge?
well, no, because we got bumped from there for Thursday, but we decided that we probably are gonna do it outside in the alley behind. Because we're not there too long, so we'll just set up in the back.
How'd you had anybody? Yes, that's what I looked. Girl said, nobody's even gonna come though, 3 or 4 times he doesn't have to.
It kind of takes a while though.
It does take a while. It takes a while.
This has been going 2 months now.
Mhm.
So what's the definition of a what?
How long did it take when they were doing it in Del Norte?
It took about 4 times, so.
Before anyone, and then it started growing.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe just people don't feel comfortable. Maybe they feel like it's too public there.
Yeah.
Small community.
Yeah.
That they don't want to be seen, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, Ruth had talked about maybe moving up the street to the clinic, that back side of the clinic where was the storage or something back there? I don't know.
Oh, they're on the west end, or far west end,
I don't know.
where the old public health used to be.
But she's working on that, that's her. No more bats. I think we're done with bats for a while. We're still at 6. No PCPs yet, even with the new wage increase and signs around. Facilities are waiting on our door.
We did get the check from CTSI to cover the door, the new door,
And the
materials and the desk. That came in yesterday.
No, Rose was the only one that didn't want a new desk, and hers was the one that got damaged and had to be replaced. Janet and I are still doing trainings and stuff for the Medicaid part of our PCP program. I had to be fingerprinted again last week. Again, because it didn't have the numbers on it that they wanted, and putting those numbers on it bumped it up from $20 to $54. So we're trying to get there. I left the housekeeping, so I think you guys need to know that we do that. I think that's about it. I don't really have much since I just saw you guys, last week.
Well, I wanted to let you guys know that at the all hazards meeting, they pointed out that Rio Grande Hospital was short of tests, and Mona picked up on that and sent Janet to the hospital yesterday and gave us how many tests?
2 cases.
2 cases, a test. It's a test they have that they need the machine for, and they don't have the machine, so.
And we keep getting more tests.
So they were kind enough to take them to our hospital, to our lab.
So what tests are we using?
We're using the Binax now. These were the, Jen, help me out.
We have the tests that are the instant ones that do within 15 minutes, and the ones the state sent us are the Binax Now that require a Binax Now ID Now machine. And they're a longer test. They're actually a molecular test, which are actually more accurate. But the reason that, you know, I have contacted the company 7 times now and still have not gotten a quote from them for a machine for us. So I'm not sure what else to do. So we have all these tests coming in. Mona ordered 3 boxes. They sent us 3 cases and they just keep sending them to us. So when Rio Grande Hospital called out for that they were low on them and that they needed them, and they've helped us out several times, we agreed to give them 2 cases to help them out with what we have the overabundance of.
And you know, Rio Grande they test a lot of Swatch County residents, so.
Well, I don't think it's that. Who's with it from?
Well, we gave some to Allen.
It's helping the
Yeah.
region, so that's.
Yeah, we gave some.
Yeah, it was great. Because we sure have been
Thank you,
inundated.
Janet. I think that's it. I'm still trying to figure out what the needs assessment is that you were talking about.
Yeah, I looked through your book and I didn't.
Well, it wouldn't be the book. It's, did you contact CDPHE?
No.
Contact the state and see.
Seemed like
I believe this is the needs assessment year. So you go to the community, see what the needs, you do an assessment of the needs of the community, and that helps you on grants.
Is this the one that we're doing as a region?
Yeah, Gloria did it for,
yeah.
No, I
Well, we should be
don't.
doing it for Swatch County.
Yeah, so.
Specifically that way.
Yeah, everybody does their own and then it goes on to the region and it's submitted as a region. That's
So
right.
Gloria did it or?
We did it for CTC. They
When
had
was
to
this?
do it for that last year. It would have been last year, the year before. But we ended up, they had to, and CDPHE had a lot to do with it. Talk to Gloria, I think. and see
Get
what
all
she
the CDPHE that way.
Okay. Because it seems like every time we've been talking, the only thing that we've really been discussing has been our outbreaks and testing and vaccinating.
And the people that came down from the state to do the inmate tests, are they still coming or?
So this week will be their last week. They'll be here this afternoon at about 2. And then we'll be doing our own testing after that.
Do we still have an outbreak there? Or?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But do you need to get trained on how to do the testing they do?
It's just, it's what we did. I did it at the hospital. So I sat with them the other day. They wanted to make sure I knew how to do it. I knew how to do it. They gave me a nice plastic gown to wear.
How about a face shield?
So.
So right now we've got, we've got 16 inmates. And we're testing 6 because everyone else is already infected. So that's what we have left.
Wow, started testing people that aren't infected. That's amazing.
Well, because once you're positive, you don't need to test again.
Right.
So that's where we're at. And 2 of these are brand new, so they've never been tested. And we have 2 breakthroughs. One, they were both Johnson & Johnson. So that's it. That's all I know. Plus we're testing employees too.
Is there more of one vaccine on breakthroughs that you've noticed, or?
Well,
do they
you know
have any
what?
Numbers on anything?
So when they'll say, you know, there's so many % of this and so many % of these, but right now they're saying, you know, there's so much breakthrough on Moderna's. But if you look at the number of Pfizer's that have been done and the number of Moderna's that's done, it's about the same. when you're gonna have more Moderna when you do this many tests or vaccines instead of,
So your
so
percentage.
they're
would be
about the
higher.
same.
It'd be percentage higher. of Johnson
Percentage
Johnson.
higher. And Johnson and Johnson, I don't even know if they even count those anymore. Because nobody's actually using them anymore.
So when we came up with, have we actually come up with a mandate for Swatch County that if you haven't been vaccinated, you need to be tested? Or
We
no?
haven't discussed that. I guess
Okay.
we're gonna do that at a work session more.
I didn't know if we were gonna do it with Mona here today, since she's public
Oh, let's
health.
do a
or-
work session. I think y'all.
We
have
should
had
have some
that.
discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, because I don't know if anything's come down from the state or,
The state hasn't,
Okay.
one of the meetings I was in this morning, they were talking about, at one point, do you, is it time to close a facility or a school or something in there? It had been 5%, but that was just kind of the talk. Everybody's kind of like, when's the governor gonna step in? I don't think the governor ever is.
Okay.
I've got a question. You say you've got these cribs and breast pumps and stuff available. And I'm just going back to the ability to communicate with the constituents out there. How do we get this information out to them that you have these items available?
You know what, a lot of ours this is the nice thing about having our office right there with social services. They send a lot of, they do a lot of referrals over to us
in center?
in center.
What about Crestone? What are the outlying areas? How do you get the word out on them? Or to them? Sergeant's Center has the Crestone office.
Yeah, right now we're just going through social services because, that's pretty much how we're doing it.
So I'm just thinking that,
Well, and on Facebook too.
if we
They
can
post things,
figure out
Swatch
a
County
way.
Public Health is on Facebook all the time.
Well, like you say, I mean, what if Saguache County were to take out a Facebook page or something? I mean, I don't want to support
We have
Facebook
one.
based on, we do have one.
Public health has one.
So do you post on there that you've got this stuff available for people and
I have, we
Your
keep about 20 in stock. It's not like
testing
I have-
availability dates and vaccination dates and all that kind of stuff gets posted on Facebook?
So the daily report that you guys get, it goes to, Crestone, it goes to, the Center Post Dispatch, their journalist.
Goes to the, you mean the Crestone Eagle?
It
Or
goes to,
the-
well, no, it just goes to Sandia. Did she?
It's for her article on Eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a monthly. I mean, we need to have a way to communicate with people better,
Yeah.
and I just push them for.
My thought would be put a flyer out in the post office. And that way people, they frequent the post office, you have a flyer there. One maybe at the mercantile there at the store. Crestone.
I could do that because Rose prints me out a nice one that, like, she's usually got 2 months at a time on it. I could do that.
And then just do one here, do it at all post offices, they have it. Or that would be my suggestion.
Or, and you could drop it off here, because Tom could take it after you give it to us on a Tuesday, and you could take it with you when you leave. And I could take one to center.
Well, I live in center. I mean, I work in center.
Yeah, that's right. And then you're here in Saguache, so, but we can give it to Tom.
I just, in the future, we need to really consider a way that we can, like some kind of means of communication where we can post like what the commissioners are considering for the next 2 meetings or whatever, any resolution, anything that the constituents would be interested in, and also put this type of information there, and
Well, somehow the word's getting out. That's what's evident today.
Well, yeah, and I think most of that was through the Gateway Pundit page, where a lot of that came from, so. Anyway.
Website.
All right.
Is there anything else?
We're gonna have a, first part of the week, we're gonna have a staff meeting and we'll brainstorm a little bit.
When are you gonna have that?
I don't know, first part of the week, I don't know, probably,
Next week or?
yeah, next week.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else? Any questions? Okay.
Sorry, I
well,
said I was gonna be short.
I would move to come out of the Board of Health.
Oh,
second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. We're out of public health. Thank you, Mona. Thank you.
Thanks, Mona.
Would you give Mr. Radian?
You guys signed one, I think. Did you already sign it?
Hopefully he's correct.
He's still here.
I didn't know if we needed
Thank
we
you.
needed to see that or not.
I appreciate it.
I think we signed.
You know what's
Randy, you're gonna give your report and then we can jump into the sergeant's area.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, that's the first thing I had in the report, sergeant's area. So, I guess, you know, I know you have some discussion on it, you took pictures and stuff too.
Right. The board has received the pictures that,
Did you go, did Brad go with you up there?
no, he couldn't go there. He had a son that was ill, so anyway, I took pictures, Randy and I went up and took pictures of the fence posts up. I don't know how to say it, the county right away or long haul was the county right away or is the county right away, and then there are several pictures, I think I have 3 or 4 there. It's in your packet, commissioners. Also took pictures of the south side of the road that shows where the encroachment onto the county road from the south is taking place. I believe that's the 3rd picture in the packet. There's a picture headed west. And that is the concern that Mr. Beatty brought to our attention here about a month ago. Then the last picture shows the posts that are in the roadway. Is that Main Street? That goes Main in front. Main's in front. Front is the east and west one. And Main's is north and south. Did you see the picture?
Yeah, when did you send that?
It's in the packet.
So on my computer. Because I looked at it when you sent it, but
It's
At least the posts aren't in the same.
It's
spot
in,
as
right,
flag.
it starts like that, keep going like that.
oh, okay, I got it.
and I sent those to.
Yeah, I looked at it when you sent them. I was just trying to.
So, I left, Mr. Beatty some information on our Constitution County Road, and I believe there was a case involved in that, Mr. Crowell, that he had sent forward to us, so I left that to Mr. Beatty for his reading, his reference to where we're coming from, so. We had an RFP set out for a survey, to survey the town of Sargent, so everybody knows where the property lines are. So, we haven't opened those bids yet.
I got one, it was not sent in an envelope, it was emailed and it's in there. I talked to 3 different people and that's the only one that responded.
Oh, I was under the impression that we had 4 bids.
I have no bids, I have 4 contacts, but that's the only one I received and it's an email recently.
This bid is from Marson Engineering. And it's proposed for professional civil engineering and land surveying services, town sergeant survey, Saguache County. Reads, we are pleased to present the following proposal for professional service engineering and land surveying services for the town of Sargent in Saguache County, Colorado. The following is a summary of the scope of work Marson Engineering proposes to provide, as well as an estimate fee for each task. Phase 1, initial boundary research, drafting and field survey. Task, conduct initial plat and record search, draft parcels and lots, and CAD for field survey calibration. Field survey to locate property corners along the town boundary, rights of way for the roads within the town sergeant limits. Phase 2, process field data and boundary review. Review all data collected from survey and plat boundaries for right of ways and town's boundary. Determine the extent of additional survey requirements and or monuments to be set. Total estimate fee is $8,400. Compensation that would be in the form of billed monthly on our current hour rates, unforeseen condition, revision, changes, scope, and any other work not specifically described. This is a standard agreement, and conditions are part of this proposal and closed for your review. If you'd like us to proceed with this work and agree to the standard terms and conditions, please sign on the space provided below and return one copy for authorization. Agree with that? Give it to Mr. Brown, and then I'll let you.
So does this scope of work match what we asked for?
Yes.
What it says, I assume this is the notice we sent out. Saguache County government accepting bids for a survey of the town sergeants located on Highway 50 east of Gunnison, Colorado. Business was submitted in a sealed envelope, the town sergeant survey, written on the front of the envelope, which contains a sealed bid. Bids must include proof of liability and workers' compensation insurance. Bids must be submitted to Saguache County Administration, 505 3rd Street, P.O. Box 100, and must be submitted by Friday, October 1st, 2021, at 3 p.m. And then it has contact information for administrator, Ms. Mason.
So it covers the workman's, did that cover the workman's comp and the liability?
I would assume
I
the
thought it
engineer survey would carry their own.
So when we're surveying the town of Sargent, does that include all the plotted lots?
We won't do the lots, just the road right of way.
So just the road areas.
But they'll
We have to do the boundaries to get to the road.
It would reference read the scope of work, what's entailed in phase 1 of the
Conduct initial plat and record research to draft parcels and lots in CAD, whatever that means.
That's a program they use to do the AutoCAD or survey.
For field survey calibration and then field surveying to locate property corners. I mean, mainly we need the corners, right?
Well, we need the roads where they've surveyed, where they are now, where
they should be.
Should have been.
Field surveying to locate property corners along the town boundary and rights of way for all roads within such. So I just wondered if we need the draft parcels and lots, or if we just need the town boundary rights of way and roads.
I would think you'd need the parcels to determine the boundaries.
I think you need just the right of way where the roads are.
Well, I mean, does the parcel
Yeah.
tell you that, or is that, they're talking about all town parcels or just?
I think they're saying all town parcels.
It's kind of hard to read.
I don't know if we need that.
Yeah, but that's not, to me, that's not a bad price.
No, the price doesn't seem so bad, I guess.
What is it, 8,000?
8,400.
Yeah.
And
I
then
was expecting
the
more.
purpose or need of the survey. In other words, how long have the roads been there as they are today, just in existence?
It's been at least 6.5 years since I've been here.
Yeah, they've been there.
Oh.
I've been over in the county 30 years, they've been like that.
Yeah.
Have the roads ever been changed? So when you say where they are and where they should be, I'm
We've
confused.
maintained them the way they are right now.
Yes, sir. But where they are and where they should be is confused.
I have no idea.
Because generally county roads, I'm sorry, I couldn't make it the other day too. I had a kid run a record, ran fever for a week. I'm sorry, I wanted to come up, but anyway, on your road. But because the road's the road, right? Legally, wherever it is, it's been used forever. So there is nowhere it should be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, where it's at, the way we've been maintaining them for, I've been with the county for 32 years. It's been constant, that's where the road's been.
So that's where it should be. So a survey wouldn't establish
That's where it is.
moving the road? I mean, are you looking at doing it?
What has to do with this gentleman's boundary?
Yeah,
Right.
the gentleman had a survey done where he has placed his post, defines his area. But of course, it's on a road that as our previous attorney told us, our road is where our road's at.
Yeah, and unfortunately, did you buy the property when the road was already there when you bought it, sir?
Those posts were put on, I have a survey, those posts are put on the survey I do. Randy already done a copy of that survey a while back. Where those posts sit is on the sketch of where the road is matched on the ground.
Okay.
The actual property line is 10 feet south of those posts.
Yes, sir. And then when you bought your property, was the road already there? Where it is now?
It has drifted north over the past several years as the county has moved it because of the encroachment from the south side of the boundary. What I'm really interested in is the south side of the boundary needs to be enforced by the county. And I believe some of the information that Mr. Lovato provided me actually gives the county the direction to tell the neighbor on the south side of the property to get that stuff out of that dedicated public right of way.
Yeah.
There's a dedicated road, dedicated on plats that is clearly delineated on plats that needs to be enforced.
And so you're saying the county and its maintenance has sort of drifted it. Agree, disagree?
Oh, I don't think we're drifted that much. Maybe, you don't drift a little.
How much?
Yeah, you'll drift, when you maintain the road, you pull over to work with.
Yes, sir.
Usually the next time you pull back. So I really don't think it's good. A lot.
I think the issue here is Mr. Bailey stating that the gentleman to the south side of the road has encroached north.
Yeah, he's forcing the road over.
Yeah, so, there is provisions, I believe, in that information that was given to me. We could suggest or not suggest to recommend the gentleman move back to his property.
So what do these two posts represent?
These two posts are just kind of a delineation of where the turn is, with the property line runs right again, so you're easy.
Property line runs where?
35 feet.
Just as the
grow
still
on
might be in for your property, 10 feet. He's put, the gentleman to the south put this in, and property line, there's utility box.
Oh, it goes here.
Yeah, this is where the county's right of way would be if everything was surveyed to the original plats.
Brett, possibly the street, both of those streets could be not in the location where they should be on the plat. We are trying to figure out exactly where the road should be and where the road is.
Is that by a few feet? 2 feet, 3 feet, 5?
10 plus.
That's quite a bit.
But we
That's why I'm
need to
upset.
survey it all to figure out how much encroachment, how much there is, if there isn't, if the road is even in place is what they're trying to do.
Right. Legally, what I was looking at is, let's say on this side, so you've got them encroaching on your property, sir, and then you come back and you say, I'm gonna survey it, it should be over here. Now we're gonna take 10 feet out of their yard, right?
Well, that's according to the right of way, what the utility, and correct me if I'm wrong, the utility company said that the gentleman had encroached on their right of way. That would be on the south side of the road.
Well, this owner
Right,
has encroached into the road.
correct.
And so you're gonna move this road into his yard.
No, we're
Not
not.
that
If
they
it comes out that way.
If it comes out, we don't
If
know.
it comes out.
That's why.
I mean, I'm just trying to look ahead and,
Yeah.
nobody wants more lawsuits and want to work it out, but I'm gonna look at the other side, because guess who's in here next time? So we're
Right.
trying to look
Where your
ahead.
finger is and that tree is right
Yes, sir.
there. There is a, telephone receptacle thing there, and his property line is actually behind that. The telephone pedestal there is actually in the public right of way.
But the county needs their own survey to determine all of the roads right of ways, not just this one.
I think that'd be the best, get an actual survey, and then decide which way you're gonna go from there.
Just legally, I'm already getting a headache because we want to take care of you, but okay, now I'm getting sued by the other one because their yard's gone.
His yard should never have been there.
Yes, sir. But then it goes back to some of this that we got to figure out.
And that's part of this information, and that's what I was trying to remember, find it in here. Part of the information.
Then it goes back
that Otto
to-
provided me was a reference to the Colorado Revised Statute that says that people cannot basically encroach on public right of ways. And even if the neighbors don't complain, that doesn't stop the county at some point from telling them to remove their stuff from the county road.
And then I anticipate we need to dig deeper into them hiring a lawyer and saying the road is where the road is, because that's just where it's always been used, is the public ingress and egress. As commonly, like the road takes over at some point, becomes its own thing that exists versus what you're saying.
Right. And if you
That's what I'm
stand,
trying to.
and if you stand on the ground up there, and I wish I'd have been able to be there with you guys on Wednesday when you were there, maybe another site visit's in order. It's clear that every single property along that property line, except for that one, understands where their property corners are. And they've had surveys done on those properties. So, it's time for the county to take control of the county road. And it's part of the reason this comes up is electric utilities, the water drilling stuff that's come up, the future needs for sanitation up there, the future developments up there. All these questions need to be resolved and need to be resolved soon. Sure. Because people are buying properties up there and they're wanting to redo stuff. There've been a couple of recent sales, although people are going to be looking to rebuild or upgrade properties up there.
Well, and just my grandy, I'm sure thinking and looking at what's on the ground, your street is not the only one that it's happened on over there. This is probably all 8 streets. I think there's 8 of them.
I don't know, I listed in that email, the one that comes up that's probably encroached on worse besides Means and Front Street is the alleyway between properties back.
Think we need to clear up the whole town, not just where.
No, I agree. Get it done once, so we don't have.
We're done in
business.
that.
Yes, that's what. And I guess what we need to do is get a survey done. Correct me if I'm wrong, commissioners or Mr. Brown. Do a survey, get the point set out where lines are, and then we can review from there and know how much property the county roads encroached on Mr. Bailey, or how much the neighbor to the south is encroached on the county roads. That way we get it clear and straight, move forward from here.
Yeah, there's still that law floating around out there that regardless of what the survey shows, it's where's the road traditionally been used.
Right.
And I'm not saying which way is right or wrong. I'm just saying I started to get a headache as well. Let's do that because it's a lawsuit one way or the other, maybe. And I'm trying to avoid lawsuits.
Yeah, me too.
And we don't want to do that. We want to work together. We want to make you happy. And,
right.
And anyway, but your happiness will cause them soon. And then if we don't do something, you might do that. I'll stop. But the law generally is the road is where it is. That's where the judge will look at the history of where's it been. That's why I ask, has it been moved? How long has it been as where it is? Because these are the things the court will look at, regardless of whether it's all cattywampus to the survey. With that said, I think a survey is a great idea to say the county is trying to be diligent in its duty to represent the people to establish fair rules. I'm fine with that. I still, in the back of my mind, need to look and think, and a judge may say, I don't care how it was surveyed, if it's screwed up 100 years ago, it's been used for 100 years, that's where the road is for 100 years, then everybody bought their property knowing that. I'm not saying that'll be the answer, but that's what we're gonna hear. Make sense?
Oh,
So we'll see where it goes.
I understand the arguments and the discussion that goes on. I also have read and started doing a little more digging into what the CRS says among this outline of possible cases and stuff. And it's pretty clear to me that the dedicated road right-of-ways carry a lot of weight.
Yes, sir. And I agree with you, and I'm glad you're here. It needs to be ferreted out. And I asked Mr. Lotto to give that to you because we want your input and thoughts. And we want to work together without just hearing from some dang lawyer. I'm like, I told them I try cases all the time, and I wish I could go back in time because I always get them when they're a mess and start here.
Right.
And I'm sure we can work something out. But that was part of the reason why I want to give that maybe myself. Because I want you to look at that. I want you to read it once, have a dialogue, get it worked out.
I do appreciate it because it did actually clarify in my mind things that I believe is already true concerning dedicated boundary lines, dedicated surveyed thing. Now, whether or not 20 feet, the way that's laid out from the surveys that I've seen and the dedication to the town flats that I've seen, is that road was originally 20 feet wide at that corner. And I do understand the historical use, public right-of-ways, crossing and stuff.
20 feet wide isn't wide enough to claim HUTF, right?
Say again?
Is 20 feet wide enough to claim a HUTF? Good depth of lanes. 2 temporal lanes is enough. And how wide do you estimate it is in the picture there? Just between.
From my posts?
Yeah, say from your post to his logs across.
To his logs? I don't know, I didn't measure, but it's about 25 feet, maybe.
A little wider than 20, that's what I was thinking, a little wider.
Because most roads got to be 60, don't they?
Well, yeah, the intent would be to take a 60-foot right-of-way for most roads.
So if it gets surveyed, then does that mean they're going to say, well, you really have to have 60 feet, which is kind of on both sides?
It'll be 30 feet on each side of the center line, I would suspect, which would be a real problem for the guy on the south side of the road.
Mike was, sorry, Randy, go ahead.
If I remember that plat, I don't think so, the easements are that big. You know, they're a little community, I think they were smaller.
I don't think there's 60. Yeah, no, they're 20 feet on that original dedicated plat.
20 foot, right.
The 1956 plat there is 20 feet. On that end of the road, on the west end of my property, it's 30 feet.
And the only thing I have to check is what is statutory required? Can we just magically say 20 feet? Well, that may not be allowable by Colorado law. And then somebody hits each other and they sue the county because they say, well, your road wasn't wide enough. Yeah. Because by statute, it's got to be X number of feet. So we can't magically say 20. So we're going to have to look and see how much is required, which could, if we go from the center, could affect both sides. Makes sense, because you're gonna go out farther potentially, but
From the center, it's gonna be up against that house, if not, you know. So I think it's stuff. I think it varies. It varies, you know.
So what would rule here? The plat, or which was done back in 1900s, or the rule of law that they have now in the state?
my belief sitting here today is the road is where it is. You don't move the road. But that's why I want an open dialogue. That's why I want to look at it and give you that is, and once again, we can agree with you all day long, but it's, what is the judge going to decide? Because that makes it not me. It's not what I'm going to decide. So we get to discuss all day long what the law says. Let's look at cases. You don't have to hire a lawyer. We can talk about that. You know what I mean? And let's look at it. But
right.
If the bottom line is the judge says the road is where it is, I don't care about your survey, then what have we done? Where have we gotten? How can we get to where we want to be?
If there's 25 feet there, right now. And that's sufficient to, well, pass whatever all requirements there are. Is there some way to just say, okay, this is where it is now, how do we set this in stone so nothing keeps changing?
That would be through a survey, and get it recorded, and that way.
So then you resurvey where the road is now and call that the road from now on.
Well, they can go and survey where the road's at, and survey where the type at the road at the time. So.
Is that what our work order says for the bid?
Is that what you want me to have him do? It's like,
It sounds like we're just talking about surveying where it should be, not where it is.
Bids must include proof of liability and workman's comp, insurance coverage, that's all.
but I could have him do where they are and where they should. Now, this gentleman is the only one that asked for a map of the official recorded sergeants.
And with him saying that, I think he would do on his survey where the roads are now. Delineate that from where they were in the plat, maybe have those as a hash marks on the map, show where the old roads used to be, the new roads are
Yeah.
assault or not the.
Well, phase one
existing roads.
is initial boundary research, drafting and field survey. Conduct initial plat and record research to draft parcels and lots in CAD for field survey calibration. Locate property corners along the town boundary and rights of way for all roads within the town of Sargent's limits.
So that's where it should be. So if we're gonna ask them to also survey where it is now and report and set corners and that sort of thing, that's kind of an increase.
Well, then
Probably
determine
won't.
review of all data collected from survey and platted boundaries for the right of way and town boundary. Determine the extent of additional survey requirements and or monuments to be set. I think it's a good start.
So I think Tom's right. I think he should say that, you might as well do both.
Yeah.
I think we need where they're supposed to be and where they are.
Where it's at and where it should be.
And then down the road, maybe we work something out with the property owners and not have to go to court. I don't know.
Conversation or get the.
But we need some
individual
teeth in this fight, you know, in this.
And I just think we need to make that clear in the original bid process or whatever. It includes both those things. I saw both named work order.
Do you want to look at this again?
What is vote on add-ons to the work order?
One of the concepts that'll come up is knowledge. That's why I asked if the road was the way it looks today when we bought it. Because, you know, is everything as everybody bought it? When we buy something, you presume to know there's a problem, then the court will listen less as to compensation later, if that makes sense, as opposed to buying something and then the county does something. I was asking if it says it moved, and we have to really work that out, because now that's something that occurred after you purchased it. Now you're more entitled to compensation. Does that make sense? If I go buy a piece of land and I know it's got an old gas tank on it, and then I turn around and say, okay, now I'm gonna sue, or somebody's gotta do something about the gas tank, my chances of success are less because I knew about that gas tank when I bought it. It's presumably that went into my calculation of purchase versus a surprise or an event that happened after.
Oh, and it leaked into the groundwater too.
Yeah, and then all that you may not know. I was trying to make up.
It's a little different if your tractor falls in a tank you didn't know was there, than if it falls in a tank you knew was there.
So back to your case, if you bought the property knowing that, hey, that's where the road is.
Right, and then
later you're like, wait a minute, where my property is? Wait a minute, my property's under the road. Well, now I want something done about it. The court would look at it maybe less favorably, like, well, if you had the survey and knowledge of that when you bought it, And I'm not saying buyer beware and as is. I'm not taking a position. I'm not even advocating for the county. I'm just spewing generally how these things go down when the judge looks at it. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely.
So that's why I was,
That's why I had a survey done. And I had the survey map and I put those posts where the sketch line is.
Before you bought it?
Yes. And now those posts that you're taking pictures of are on and that's why I needed to locate them. They are as near as I can figure on the edge of the road that is marked on the survey that I received.
Yes, sir. Did you do the survey before you bought the property?
The survey was done, the survey was handed.
When you bought your property?
Yes. And I have knowledge of where the road sketch is on the survey that I had.
When you bought it?
And I also know where the corners of my property are. And I do understand that easements encroach on, over historical easements or whatever, even legal easements, ditches, all of those things exist. That's part of the conditions of the property. So as I did that, when it became obvious that everybody on the south side of the road understands where their property lines are. And if you stand there and look at it, the only place that somebody has built to the edge and possibly over their property line is that piece that's on the corner of Means in front of the street. To me, that's something that the CRS actually requires the county to enforce at some point and tell them that they can't put their yard out in the road.
We also need to know for sure where the road is supposed to be.
Because I agree with what you're just trying to work through
I
both sides of the
understand.
road,
It's just-
literally.
We
both
don't
sides
want
of
to
the
do
road.
something if that's what
And
we're.
either way, the county's gonna hear about it on both sides of the road. So how long has the yard been out in the road? 20 years, 10 years, 5 years? I know that I see a
Size of
yard.
that tree.
Yes, sir. And so that's the concern is, say, wait, everybody knew the deal, so I'm sorry, I'll stop there, but I don't have any answers. I mean, but we can go down the guidelines of it. Now the county needs to take out their yard, take out their, and take ground back that's existed there for how many years? And the court's probably gonna say, look, everybody knew where the road was when they bought it. But I'll look at it, keep looking at it, and let's keep talking. But
So do you have a recommendation from the board?
If you guys want to get a survey, I'm hearing that, yeah, it might serve everybody's purposes. That's almost like separate than the road. Let me explain. You can get a survey to say, here's where the original warrants was. However, through prescription and road use, it can change over time. And because in and of itself, a road doesn't matter where the road was supposed to be, right or wrong. That's the way this law kind of always leans, right? So that's why I asked, what do you want to get out of the survey? Now, the survey may be good for other reasons. You need to know where they all are. That's fine. That's your decision. That's not even a legal decision. I'm just trying to say from the legal standpoint, you can have a survey all day long saying where they should be. Now, what are you going to do? Well, this gentleman, he would say, I don't care. Take out those people's yards and tear down the tree and put them back to where they should be. Colorado law, is, well, now, wait a minute, over prescriptive use, as long as it's continuously used by the public, then that's where the road becomes. If it's moving road. But this one looked like it ain't moved for a while.
Well, in that part of all that, when I read through all that stuff, is it doesn't talk about how wide they are. And when it widens and moves,
that can be an encroachment. Yes, sir. So I was trying to find a quick, because here's what I didn't know if you wanted. We need to figure this out, because if we bite off a chunk of this and it says, okay, but if you're going to dedicate and establish something, a road somewhere, then it must be 60 feet. I'm making that up. That's what I'm trying to check. Now you're both losing your yard.
But
Have you looked at that?
But the public hasn't been able to use that part of the road because the man put his property out on the road.
How many years ago? And that would have been the moment, probably to say,
Yeah.
right,
I mean,
that moment. So
that homeowner knew that he was encroaching on the right of way.
how long does he own that piece? Any
I don't know,
idea?
I haven't done any research on it.
When did the yard go into the
I don't know, I'd have to dig back through,
5-6 years?
whatever.
Well, and also looking at, to Commissioner Lotto's point, look at that tree. I mean, tree's been around a couple of years.
Yeah, since the railroad days, there's been a street there. 42 is CRS 424114. And it seems like it was 43. Something in here talked about, so I should have highlighted this stuff.
It's okay, I've got it here.
Well, it
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like the tree was there first and then they just kind of put their lawn out.
Yep.
From beyond the tree where there was road.
So my question is on that pedestal there for the phone. Does the main line run maybe in line with where that white PVC pipe's at and run straight west? And you know how they do that tie off, fly off, west off?
It's best, I don't know, have to
Yeah,
come
I
out and
know.
locate it, but
Yeah.
my vote, as I understand it, there's that corner there is actually a T because it runs down Front Street down to the other property on the other end of Front Street, and the properties that butt Front Street there, pull their phone service off of that. And then it runs from Main Street, along Main Street to the north and south also. That's,
Has anyone ever talked to this neighbor and told him that his
Yes.
lawn? Okay,
The county.
From the county, no.
no, not
that's
from
fine,
the county.
just neighbors, nobody from the county ever.
That's what's frustrating me is it's taking me an awful lot of energy to try to convince the county that there's been an encroachment on your road. The county needs to take action to fix it.
But I kind of think maybe he's not the only one that's doing it.
Not only that, if the encroachment was long enough ago and the roads existed as yet for long enough, then the encroacher wins. And that's what I'm trying to pin down.
Unless the judge says differently.
Yes, sir. And that's why we're trying to have this discussion. But the judge, the law generally says that. So keep looking is strong.
When it comes to this survey, it seems like there's been numerous surveys over the years. And they somehow just disappear or get ignored or.
It just hasn't changed anything. The county has not had a survey of the town.
No, but there's two flats, one in 56 and one in the town.
1909.
1909. Right, but they're downstairs, that's how the
So
assessors.
how do
created it.
they compare to each other?
I don't know, I'm not a surveyor and I
I'm not understanding.
you know that, yeah,
So what constructive purpose, like Brad says, is having a survey done if it's not gonna change anything? And
Well,
if there was a good reason, like if we were gonna put utilities into the town of Sargents and build them a sewer line or something,
That could
we
happen.
need to know where to put it. Or would we just put it down the middle of the existing road? You know, those questions, we could blow $8,000 some dollars and probably more like 10 or 12 by the time he does two things.
What we're looking for, and what we accomplish.
Frankly, I expected that bid to be much higher because I spent $1,200 just to have them put 4 pins on my south property.
And if you, I mean, I've gone out there with twine and a compass before. And if you know where that line is, it's been surveyed, then you can take a tape measure and measure 25 feet south and you know where it is, you know, I mean.
That's what I did.
It's not $9,000 worth of work, you know, it's like.
Either way, I think you're gonna have to have a survey. Either, you know, to say, okay, this is what it is from now on. You know, you're gonna have to have something set some boundaries. You know, you're gonna have something set boundaries.
And then you'll be able to keep those in place?
Yeah,
Because
you
it seems
keep
like
those-
if they keep drifting, then how do you keep that survey in place? Is there some way you put the survey marker in the concrete, right in the road, so it never moves again, or?
You are not legally ever to touch a monument.
Yeah,
They
they
must have
bury-
disappeared over the years somehow, right?
They'll bury some of them things. You know, they bury people.
They get run over.
And so I did some research. I want to look back over it. If you guys want, I'm not trying to delay, but it with some more looking into the research and discussion now and with the law and where we're going, might save a lot more room down in the future. Because right now, everything I read is, it is where it is. And everybody agreed to that, knew that. But so what does the survey accomplish? Well, here's where they should be. Okay, now what are you gonna do? If they should be here, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna either move it? Because generally when you compensate people, it's because there's been a taking. The government has come in and it's taken one of your literal property rights here and you owe them money for that. You can't take that. Here, I think people bought knowing where the road was, so that did you take it? Because the road becomes the road, because the road's been used. Am I talking in circles? That makes sense. I mean, I keep coming back to.
It's a take.
But yet, you know, the gentleman, it's a floating road, and they're getting into it. We also don't, I'd be mad too, I'm out there checking, because I've got mine fenced. It's like you get too close to my fence, you know, but I just bought mine. I haven't even had mine surveyed, but I digress. So where do we go with the survey? Okay, make all the roads where they should be. Oh my gosh, now you're taking down people's, potentially, not on your street, but on others. Are you gonna be taking down their yard, their trees, their garage? And that's kind of why the law has developed over the years to say the road is where the road is, as long as it's in continuous use. So I want to find a way for you. I want to find something to help you. I'm just trying to look down the road past you as to what's coming the county's way, if that makes sense.
No, believe me, I understand the big picture, and that's really what drives me on this situation is the big picture is at some point, utilities are gonna have to be improved in Sardis. All the public roads, the lot sizes, there's all kinds of questions that come up.
So that's why a survey would be good
And
for the future.
At some point, I mean, the first time I met the commissioners, when you guys were out for your, early on, the subject came up about paving the roads. Well, when I think I responded that before we pave the roads, we ought to figure out where they are. And we ought to also think about what needs to go under the roads before we pave over the top of them, which, you know.
Well, that would be one good thing for a survey for future utilities.
So our purpose would be to survey where they're at and then set that in stone so it can't change from now on.
It's one way of looking at it, yes.
Randy's saying no.
No, I think, you know, just listen to Brad, and I think even talking to Mr. Bailey, I really think that, you know, I think you need a survey, but survey where it's at.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, set some boundaries. You know, you have to set boundaries. You know, if you don't set boundaries on your right of way or easement, whatever you want to call it, you know, there's gonna have to be an agreement what the right of way is.
What
I understand that.
And I want to be really, I'm pretty confident in confidence. So what I've done over the last couple of weeks since this came up is I reached out, got some pleadings, got some case law, networked with a couple of our attorneys. We got hit with some other stuff. Pick up the phone, have a round table with those who just got out of court on some of these same issues. And I can do my own research. So it's all laying there, if that's okay with you, and say, here's what we've got. And I feel for everybody here. This gentleman's been very patient. He's come in, you know, and I want to make sure we're covered. We're looking at everything we can to see if there could be any relief for him, and then we can go the other way. But my fear is that road's been there for so long, we can't go the other way. That's discussed like that. And it sounds like more delay, but I didn't set a time limit on me if you want. Give me a week. You know, I'm not trying to drag it out.
43, 5, 301, did you see that?
43,5,301. Look it up here.
I mean, I'm not against having a survey if it's gonna set what's in place,
Where it's at.
where it's at for now, so it doesn't move again. And then if we go to put it in utilities in there, we put them under the.
I think it'd be, because I see that day coming.
So I think we need to tell the surveyor, we don't, you might need to find the corners anyway, so that they can plat where the existing road is. So they'd still have to probably find the real corners, but
I just think
the purpose would be to delineate where the road is now.
I think it would be an advantage for the county to have an actual survey done right now. As a point of reference for the future, if nothing else. Or if anything comes up, well, we have this survey. And if like the day comes, we want to do utilities. Because like I said, I see that day coming.
And I agree with you on obstruction. You can't do it. The question is the definition of the highway. Where's the highway? Does that make sense? So there,
Well,
you cannot just, you cannot.
Is that a highway or not?
Yes, sir. No, not the highway. Is it a roadway where it exists today?
The principle of that is though, is that if you put logs, if you put stuff in the public road, that's against the rules.
Yes, sir.
And that's been done in this case. And it doesn't matter whether nobody objected to it or not. It matters when somebody brings it up to the, I would say, governing authority for that particular roadway.
Is there 3 of them there?
And
There's 2 roadways. He's got a windmill that's out in the public right of way. He's got posts along around the corner. He's got railroad ties on Means Avenue, and he's got that telephone post on Front Street.
Did he place the telephone pole? Or did the telephone?
No, it's laying on the road.
It's the one that's.
Oh, it's down.
Yeah, it's laying, it's a barrier to keep people from driving in there too close to his front porch.
So
parking too close to his front porch.
Mr. Pearl's saying that the road is where it's at. So if the road's not its established width, then that's where it stays.
yeah, that's what I want to, let's make sure, and I want to do a little more research on it.
Okay.
Here's why, because he said, but they're obstructing the roadway. It doesn't matter when they did it. It doesn't matter when they did it, then I want to really dig deep and sit down with you and let's look at that. Because that's fine. If you're right, then we need to shift gears, but at least I want to make sure I know which footing and which fight we're into. So we're either into, I say fight casually, I hope we don't fight with anybody.
Well,
We're either fighting you or we're fighting it. So we gotta forget about the crystal ball and get out the legal and really
To me,
research
that's
this.
where the surveyor comes in really important as to reviewing the 1956 and whatever may have happened subsequent to that. And the county accepting the roads. The county road book comes up in this paper, how things, I guess the case study that you gave me there is the county road book. Sometimes means something and sometimes doesn't. A lot of things about it. I'm not in any way trying to obstruct or stop anybody from using that road, which is most of these cases that comes up is people trying to stop people from going across their property.
The only thing is if somebody's driving there and they hit a post and they sue the county saying you should have made you get rid of your post.
What if we had a
Yes, the judge
surveyor
will
come
figure
in
that one out,
like
too. I know, but guess what?
Mark,
I have to have the wisdom and the knowledge of the universe over here, and that's how it happened, right? So somebody, if they didn't do enough to make you reserve your post, like, well, I have a right to put my post there.
Well, I guess the same could be said about the stuff that's on the south side of the road.
Except for, it doesn't look like a road.
we're talking circles here.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting to me. I want to get with you. We'll
Come on
look
up,
at
we'll
this.
have a cup of coffee. Give
we
me a
would.
call ahead of time, so I'm not off on the
I
other
was
side.
supposed to
of
do that
Hudson
last
County.
week. I haven't said kid, but yes,
Yeah.
sir. And let me do all this and come up there with the commissioner's permission, and we'll come up there and sit down and look at it. I mean, really, we got to get answers before we just start fighting and then get answers.
Yeah.
I'd like to have answers up front.
Well, basically, I put those posts in to establish the property line on the edge of the road according to the survey that I have in my hands.
But those posts that you put there are 10 foot north or 10 feet north from where the actual line. is
And I
what
put
you're
a,
saying.
put a curve in there for safety considerations. So it's not a square corner by any means.
Have you erected the yellow pipe?
No, it's just laying there until as an identification of where I believe I want to see my
You
fence
intend
line.
to erect the yellow pipe?
At some point, but not this year. And part of that is, it hasn't come up yet, is snow plowing. Randy knows we have snow plowing issues. You gotta put the snow somewhere. So that yellow pipe is gonna be about 2 feet off the road, so the snow can be plowed up and over it even if we need on that section of the road.
You won't come back to the county for cause damage to your pipe that's laying on the road that's really.
Because that snowplow could easily hit it.
Because what you're saying.
I
is your
suspect
property-
that whoever's operating the snowplow this winter will end up plowing that pipe that's laying there to the north, some amount. Hopefully not too far down in the ditch, so
But
the truck sandwich
there
ditch.
could be potential damage to that pipe, so.
It's pipe.
But still,
You could scrape the paint off.
understood that there could always be a point that there was damage to the pipe. You see where I'm going?
No, I understand.
My goal is, Commissioner's direction is that within a week, have some answers.
Okay.
And any lawyer that gives you a deadline, don't trust them, shouldn't trust them anyway. But I didn't want to set a
I've sat through
deadline.
too many times with dealing with Plaza de Monaco condominiums down there and stuff to know that a legal outfit, the deadline is 5 o'clock on Friday really means it's actually 5 o'clock on Monday.
But I just want to get it off my plate too. There's the selfish, you know what I mean? I don't want anything to linger because that's more I gotta think about. I want to be done if we can and get somewhere with this, because guess what? I've got 1 or 2 other issues for Solage.
And I imagine some of them are similar to this that you don't even know about.
And sometimes it's wonderful surprises.
As we witnessed this morning when I got here.
Yes, sir. So my goal is to get some answers and come up and see, hopefully both. And I'll come up there and discuss it with you. It's curious.
So we're gonna table this for a week. This brings up another issue in my mind that we've talked about already, all three of us. I'd like to move that we set aside an hour during every work session to conduct regular business.
I have done, that. I did do that.
Okay.
We don't need a motion to that effect.
Just a directive,
Okay.
and I did it for the last.
Yeah.
work session.
That way we can deal with your issue if we are able to. Well, at this point, my issue, I know where my property line is. I know where my fence should be according to my survey that I currently have. I would really appreciate it if the county would take action to enforce the property line on the south side of the road. At this point, I'll continue to read stuff and work with whoever. Bottom line is, the difficulty lies in county coming to the decision they have to tell a property owner to get their stuff out of the public right of way.
And as long as we're legally sound there won't be any difficulty. Let's go. But
So that's
what if I advise them and I say, heck with it, let's just go? And then all of a sudden they're looking at their lawyer, why do we just get our backside handed to us? So I'd rather get these answers up front
No, I understand.
and then discuss them with you so we all understand the law. And then I'd probably do the same with the other ones and say, look, this is where we're at. So I know we fled it, sorry, but that's my thing.
So you're gonna delay the decision on doing any survey.
Then we had a chance.
What if we,
Follow the research.
which we do, because if you do the survey, how are you gonna use it? Can we get a judge to enforce the survey and say, okay, all the roads are gonna be there, and then, see, there's more steps to this, and then what does that cost the county? Because are they now in condemnation proceedings? So now we're in the condemnation lawsuits, now we're in evaluations. Is that where we're going with that route or not? See what I mean? I've got, anyway, that's.
Not from me, or not. You're not gonna have to
That's
do
right.
anything from me.
Yes, sir.
'Cause I do, feel the need for a wider road than 20 feet, and I heard that, well, that's stupid. So I don't object to having the road is up to where that, or the, up to where I put the fence line as it is now. So, I'm probably not gonna do any more work on that fence on the east end of the road. I'm gonna go ahead and put the rails on the south or the west end of that road. Because that's already supposed to be 30 feet wide, and where I put the post is 40 feet wide. So shouldn't be any issue down there on that other end.
Could you hold off a week until we get some research done on this and get a site visit?
I probably.
Yeah, you're saying east, west, south, and that's going over my head. Anything along the road that you can look at and see? Please don't put a fence on that right now. In case it's gonna
Well,
move.
that's been the whole question, where is the road? The edge of the edge of the road, the edge of the travel way is what's marked on my survey. That's where the fence line is proposed with the posts that are existing. I'm not gonna be doing any work on that for the next week and a half to 2 weeks, because I have other obligations. So it'll sit there while we.
It'll give us a chance to get.
It'll sit there as it is right now for however long we need, for not however long, for the next week or two anyway. At least 2 weeks, so.
Hopefully a week.
Well, hopefully a
I
week.
wanna get, I wanna be done with it.
I'm gonna break for lunch, so.
All right.
Baby, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you for your time.
commissioners. Appreciate your patience with me as I continue to push forward here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming down.
Thanks. Take care.
You didn't have what you wanted? So it's a beef burrito with green
No
chili.
problem. Good.
Yours is a beef burrito with.
We'll
green
start
chili.
in 20 minutes.
We'll be back.
Okay.
Not here to come to water, I'm gonna go there.
Coming in, that's right. Let's see, what do we have? One, we have Mr. We don't have land use at all. This is
No, we
wrong
do.
with that.
We have to. But she is back on.
How long is she gonna take?
30 minutes maybe at most.
Okay, and then Brad's at 1:30? I think that's what we have. Brad, you wanna come too?
Sure.
Or quarter, please?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
2 o'clock.
What did you get?
And I'll probably be a little bit.
We need pickles.
Need you guys review some policy.
Well, and
Okay, I
Randy,
saw. That's it.
I can always email you or
I'll just show it to
text you.
you. Just when something's going on, just open my ears.
I have some questions too, so.
Okay. All right, guys.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let me shut us up. Burn.
The board is reconvening at 107. 107 for the afternoon session. And our session, perfect. All right, Amber, land use.
Yeah, so I have just some kind of cleanup items for my office. I do want to get the county-owned lots so that we are able to start advertising again. I did the research. The lots in the mobile home estates are not on there that you guys are going to use that with. And I did take off the lot 3817, which had this water on there. And I did attach the list so that you guys have it. And then also this one with the highlighted area, that's the added language. And I'd like Brad to look at that to see if I would be able to have
On the highlighted only.
that. Yeah. on the long page.
So this is the form that they're going to use to submit their bids.
Yeah.
And this is giving them public notice that there may be additional fees.
Yeah, because right now they're kind of saying that we're blindsiding them, and we're not. We're letting them know before they do bid, but they still accumulate those. They don't do their research. So at least this shows that they signed it. And we can say that it was on the bid form.
And so, just to make sure the lots in Casita Park 215 through 218.
Correct, yeah.
That say what now?
Oh, there's those lots we were talking about maybe using for deputies.
Yeah, they're not on this list
That's what I'm asking to make sure.
Let me double check.
because you don't want them on the list?
'Cause we don't want to sell those if we're gonna do something with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, they are 215 to 218. So it's only 215 and 216.
No, we own 215 through 218.
Okay, 217 and 218 are not on there.
Consolidated, right?
Yes.
217C.
Should be 217C.
Yeah, but if you want me to, if you can approve me contingent upon taking those two off, I will remove those also from the list. So it'd be 215 and 216.
And 217C.
217C is not on the list.
It's not on here, okay. Good.
Yeah.
So it's just those two. Because it occurred to me, if we were gonna do something besides put a double light up there, that if we built 2 units right next door to each other, it would be cheaper for us for each unit. And then we could either use one for road and bridge employee or something like that, or we could use it as an affordable housing template and then replicate that further down the line on affordable housing lots that, because Evan was explaining at the Chaffer meeting that not only is there affordable housing for like apartment buildings, but there's also affordable housing subsidies available for single family homes that they actually would end up buying. And, you know, I think that's a really good program to help people get into a first time house. And so that's why I was thinking maybe 2 right next to each other. And if we have the lots, we at least decide to do it or not. But if we don't have the lots, we can't. So, 215 and 216 are on the list and need to be taken off.
Okay.
217C, which is the next 2 lots, are not on here already. So, do we need a motion, doing the motion for that, or?
No, we can just get a directive to take those off, because this isn't on yet, so.
Right.
So we can just go and take those off.
Okay. Everybody agrees.
I'm in agreement.
Brad did add a little bit of language on my highlighted area. So it's going to say I or we are responsible, or solely responsible for determining said fees and or dues.
Because that's what you said.
Understand that there may be back fees. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. And then I added some language saying that they're solely responsible for determining what those fees and dues are prior to transfer of ownership, meaning don't rely on us. You guys need to independently check that out, do your due diligence, understand what they are prior to transfer.
Yes.
So,
Makes
so you had a
sense.
great idea. I just expounded on it a little bit. Saying you need to know that these are out there. I just added, and it's your sole responsibility to determine and know what those are before that is transferred. Makes sense?
So would you read that paragraph with this change?
So the whole paragraph will say, I or we understand that there may be back fees and or dues on properties within a property owners association, homeowners association, taxing district, etc., that I or we will be responsible for once ownership has transferred and relinquishes any financial responsibility from Saguache County. I or we are solely responsible for determining such fees and or dues prior to transfer of ownership.
I or we are solely
Wouldn't
responsible.
they have to do it before they submit a bid? Because once they bid, it's, and we accept it, it's done, right?
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry.
I or we, I was trying to write. I or we are solely responsible
For determining said fees
for determining said fees
and or dues
and or dues
prior to transfer of ownership.
to transfer of ownership. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tim and I were both behind there.
I was right on top of that.
I don't do shorthand, so. Okay, now, what was your question, Tom?
Well, I just think that they need to determine the dues maybe before they bid.
We tell them that they really should, because some of them could be high, some of them could not be. But
So this is just basically them saying that we're not responsible if you did.
Yeah, buyer beware.
yeah, so just directive, I'm okay.
I have no problem. I have no problem with that.
No, I think that's good.
I'm good with that.
And
You've got an attorney to look at it, that's always good.
all right, and I'm able to
Because that cleans it all.
I'm just so pro attorney.
I'm able to also start advertising again.
Why not?
Now, when we advertise, do we put the whole damn thing out there at once, or do we put out there the ones that we want to sell the most first?
No, it's the whole.
Whole thing. It's on them to do the research and check what they want. Because a lot of people have lots they acquired and they check to see if it's something that's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So
Where do you advertise it, this?
I do it in, of course, our paper, and then
Crescent?
and then Valley Publishing, Gunnison, and Crestone Eagle, and then of course our website will have the written word.
I have no problem for advertising.
I think, go for it.
Commissioners, go for it.
Okay, so the next one is Baca Grande Chile Unit 2, Lot 3817 Virtue Way. So we just need an official directive in a meeting to let us proceed going through the eviction process on this property.
I think we should proceed.
Okay.
I absolutely think, I not only think we should proceed, but I think it should be a given that you would be proceeding on these violations with or without bringing it to us. I mean, if somebody's living on a lot that we own, it's just a given that you would.
Does she have to get our permission to?
Their ass thrown off.
Well, wait, there's a reason why. Yeah, that's gotta go through the county attorney. There's an eviction process that she can't do all of it, so it's covering both. So she needs to have a directive to go ahead to work with Brad for him to do the eviction.
Yes.
So it does need to come before. So
That
we
makes
have it
sense.
on the books.
That makes sense. So do we need a motion or just a directive?
I think you just did the directive.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay.
Carry on.
All right, so the next item is the land development code changes. We do need to set up a workshop for you guys to go over the changes that you guys do possibly want, or if you want to move forward with what the planning commission did recommend. But I was assuming we would have a work session, we just have to have a date.
Yeah,
So,
I got it.
during my discussions with the community yesterday, I found out that none of them knew about the planning commission's proposed changes. No, it was not in the.
Wait, it was in the Crescent. We looked and we have a bill for it and it was sent to the Crestone Eagle to Kiven.
Yeah, I
Because I
sent
asked her
all
when
the
you told me
papers
that.
For planning commission and county.
Did it get in the Eagle?
But see, it was like 45 days ago or.
And they didn't have two people from that Crestone Baca area to sit on the planning commission.
Right.
So it should be up to them to inform the residents on that.
Once again, I want to figure out a way somehow to communicate better because it obviously something we're doing isn't working. So
If you.
Not for this one, no. They did everything.
Right. I mean, I was where I needed to in all of the papers. If you guys wanted me to, I don't know if you guys want me to, but I can create a land use page and then post on the pages because Facebook's a good source. And then I can post on Crestonians.
I think that'd be
the
great.
SLA pages.
And just go to the post office like we're doing public health on some of their notices.
I think that's a really good idea. Yeah. And so, coming up with two comments from the public, one of which was on the planning commission, somehow we're just not getting the response. If people were really reading this stuff, we would have got way more responses.
And I agree with you because there's not been advertising in certain papers for certain resolutions that we passed, so, or that have been passed. And I'll bring that up later.
Anyway, to move ahead, I don't know, I almost think we ought to ask for more public comment. I understand that it's gonna drag the process down and it's probably not decorum or whatever, but.
Well, that's part of my commissioner report too. I got a call from the guy that owns, I know, he called me personally when it owns Mammoth.
Send me an email, I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah.
He did go to the planning commission
Yes, he
public
did.
hearing.
You know, on this, since we're gonna be asking for more information, maybe we need to put a moratorium and any more marijuana applications until we get these regs reviewed. It's my thought. I don't want the rest of the board thinks.
I'm totally against moratorium. Always have been.
That would give you time to get stuff in place, and not be in the gun to hurry up to regs.
This time of year, I don't see that we're gonna get a lot of applications anyway.
I mean, you have
I know that one is for sure going to be pending because we got their state application in. We do get a lot of calls, so it's up in the air.
Well, the
but people
applications
just
that are coming in now is under the old pricing. So.
Put a freeze right now.
No, I don't want to ever stop somebody from applying for a conditional use permit to grow marijuana. I don't think we should ever stop somebody.
Well, I disagree with you there. Until we're under the gun now to get these done and finalized so we can move forward. We have questions, not notifying the public adequately. I think if we go and put a moratorium on now, then everybody knows from this point on, it's going to be under the new regs. Because people are going to be coming in and filing applications and that, so they can get their conditional use done by the spring, so they can get the process to go grow next year.
And why stop them?
Well, generate the revenue, get a little more
How about
control.
Compromise there and just decide between ourselves that we're going to change the fee structure from 5,000 to 10,000.
I don't know.
And leave the rest of the regs alone until we get more public comment.
Well, you're gonna have pushback on that. You're gonna have pushback on that. I think if you go and do a moratorium now, stop it now, and then let them know what the fees are coming, that's doing our due diligence, and they have a chance
But the
to,
fees may not go up.
they may not, but that's just something that.
I don't ever want to stop someone from filing
I
conditional
understand
use
that.
permit,
They'll
ever.
have that right. They'll have that right after the moratorium.
Well, it's like, okay, we're gonna hold off so you guys can't apply because in case the rates go up, we're gonna make more money. That's
No,
a
I'm
piss
not
poor
saying that.
attitude.
I'm just saying there's other portions of that document that needs to be worked on and looked a little closer.
I have always been totally against the
I know
moratorium,
you said that 3 times.
Are you against a fee raise?
to a certain extent, yeah.
Are you against to having a cap?
Because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
saying 15,000. I was thinking we could compromise maybe just 10.
What is it now?
Right now it's 5.
And they want to go up to
15.
So I was thinking, well, maybe that's too
But
much.
see, I know the history of planning commission,
All
see,
right.
and I know
As
what's
do
going
I.
on.
As do I.
And we can't, because it's legal, we can't do away with it, but we sure can make it difficult for people to apply. And that's a mindset that's been going on with them. First, it was with, we gotta have a place of residence there, and it's gotta be so many square feet. And it was like, it's exactly what all those people came in this morning about. You're really you're telling people how to live. And
Well, I have problems with those land use regulations, but I don't have more problem really about raising the fee because I think, A, they
well,
can
that's a
afford it.
lot though.
And
$10,000?
Oh, you're in it for the money.
Well, when we have other growers coming to us saying that that's not fair and there'll be competition for them,
Yeah, but they're under the old regs.
but they're still saying this isn't fair to anybody new, and you're discouraging people from coming here and obtaining a conditional use permit to grow marijuana.
No, we're not. As long as they file the guidelines. Follow
Yeah,
them,
but when you
fine.
start really manipulating those guidelines to make it really difficult to get a CUP, then you're manipulating them so that people won't come down here and apply.
And we're also,
go ahead.
We're also looking, I'm also looking at the fact that people come in, you don't have those fees where they pay that additional fee. They're gonna come in and just throw something up together and leave.
And that's why we have the bond.
Not, now we do, but what about the ones that come in and they put a cash bond and come in and they run for a couple of years, whatever, and then they up and leave. They don't pay any marijuana fees,
And that's why we have the bond.
but it doesn't cover the excise tax.
Maybe not, but you can't totally regulate. I mean, it is so regulated anyway. So regulated. The legal ones are. I mean, look at the money we've made on excise tax, and now you want to say, oh, let's not only do a moratorium, let's put a cap on it? No.
Oh, there's a lot of people that say they have more than enough marijuana.
Well, the planning commission, during our original discussions with them, wanted to put a moratorium, right? They wanted to stop the new
cap.
grows.
I thought it was a cap.
Yeah, they wanted to either do a cap or raise the fees.
And my suggestion was do a market-based approach. You can slow down the number of applications by raising the fee. And then they came up with 15,000. I've been thinking about that a lot. In fact, I was thinking, what if I wanted to do $15,000 is a lot, but I could probably come up with 10, you know?
That is a lot. I mean, that's a huge raise. I don't mind. Right now it's 5. I don't mind going to 10, but not 15.
So that's what I was saying. Maybe we could compromise at 10.
10 is
And since
okay.
we've already had our public comment period, we could say, okay, we're going to do this one provision, get that in place, and then look at the rest of the regulations further. I was just
Yeah, and we
something-
get the extra money for any conditional use permits that are filed between now and our public
and it would
comment.
slow
Can we
down
do
our
that?
application, so
Go ahead and adopt part of it and change it, and
why
then,
wouldn't we be able to?
I don't know.
Mr. Sprout.
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Because we might decide
Pretty
to
still.
deny all of them or
Yeah.
accept some
Yeah,
of
but
them
then
or
we're gonna
not.
be tied up in the lawsuit. We deny it on what grounds? They cross all the T's, dot the I's.
That's not what I meant, deny the changes in the land use code. We could say no to every one of those changes except the fee structure if we wanted to, right? So if we adopted the one aspect of it now, the fee structure, and then looked at the other
Got more
regulation
public comment
changes,
on
get
those.
more public comment on that part of it, at least we'd accomplish the goal of slowing down the number of applications some,
But not eliminating.
but not eliminating them and raising some extra money. So
Yeah.
we're getting more money proportionally to the number of applications.
And I looked at a moratorium and that gives us more time for public comment, input, and we can work on the regs. Because how many do we have sitting out in your office right now, Amber?
That are waiting,
Yeah, roughly.
probably 3. And then tomorrow's our, Thursday's our cutoff for the December meeting. And I know that there's at least 2 coming in to turn in
So it'd be a total of 5.
by December, yes.
I'd say the ones that you've already got are grandfathered in.
Well, it didn't have to be.
And, but anything that you haven't received yet, as of today, we could change the fee structure and say, you know, if you want in now, it's gonna be 10 grand.
But they've already started the process. 'Cause
Yeah.
most of them come.
We
So
already,
they're on the deal.
But if they haven't filed it yet, then they haven't filed it.
but we did give them a fee statement.
Oh,
Of 5,000.
Mr. Crowe, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're gonna come out with the.
No, I wasn't. The problem being that it's also many days like being a doctor, general practitioner, and one day you need to know it's heart surgery and the next one ankle. So, you know, I agree, as you guys know, if you stair step that fee, it's a lot easier than making big jumps, number one. So, and I had recommended that, I also think in fairness, and I've done it, but due process, when you apply, and that's the fee they give you, it's hard to change it later. As far as blowback, moratoriums are always gonna get you more. Sorry, so that's fine, that's your all's political chair to sit in. But if you stop it versus if you ease it in like you guys were suggesting, and then have your public comment. So I'm leaning towards what you're saying from legal blowback or problems. And I see Mr. Levaga's position, of course. But I have to say, as a lawyer, as far as minimizing blowback lawsuits, and here we go, and it's not, you know, this morning there was, I don't know if that's the first one you ever been through, it's not mine, I mean, the public's riled up, so what? So you don't make good decisions based on pressure, you make good decisions based on common sense, reason, and service is what you do today. And so when my comment about trying to minimize blowback litigation, potential litigation, that's all I'm coming from. The rest of you guys get to live with. And I see your point on moratorium as a practical tool. You're exactly right. But then you just got to look at the potential for litigation, blowback, notice to the public, fairness, because these issues ultimately litigation will come in. And so you want to
If
give a
you
lot of
put
time.
a moratorium on it, you're talking about. Then you
Your
have to-
moratorium's gonna cause you the most headache and create the highest risk of any sort of litigation or something like that. Even though you may have every right to do it, here we go again. It's the government telling us what we can and can't do, or if you stair step and baby that in, you know what I mean, and give them plenty of notice, then how are they gonna, they may still blow up, but at least you've been more than fair.
You know, we've done 2 moratoriums in the past, the previous 4 days, and there was not any blowback.
Well,
Okay.
I've heard
But that-
blowback out there.
Oh, I don't doubt that. There'll be blowback no matter what you do. But,
And that's the great thing about my position. I just talk legally on percentages and that sort of thing as it plays in, and you guys get to make decisions. You're the ones that get to
you
serve.
know, it just, by having a moratorium deadline, you get your communication with the public out, they can comment, period. And then they have a drop down date that this is the day that it's due. At this date, we're gonna be doing the revision of the regs and go from there, and we adopt them in December. Start off the new year with the new regs. It's worked in the past, so.
No, I hear you, and I'm just saying legally, you know, and I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not saying it'll cause litigation, and based on your history, it is not. Just as a general rule.
So I get to keep my legal seat over here, my non-political one. You guys get to live with your decisions and the joy of politics.
Well, I kind of am more in line with what Lynn's saying of just not cutting things off, because that just doesn't look good to me. We're not trying to limit to zero people expanding their businesses or starting businesses in Saguache County, but we are trying to raise more fees so that we can cover our costs of enforcement for one thing, and to accomplish our goal of just raising more revenue for the county by allowing marijuana grows in the first place. I know the planning commission just thinks that having so many applications is a little overwhelming, right? I mean, it's almost so much to deal with. That's why they wanted to slow them down, right?
Kind of, I mean, our meetings don't go too long. I just think that they're trying to preserve some of the land to keep ag.
You think what?
They're trying to preserve some of the land at keeping it as ag instead of
That you can get what? I'm
Keeping
sorry.
it as ag.
keeping it as agricultural land.
But most of the places they want to do this on is not agricultural.
Yeah.
It's out in the Chicos, it's,
All hands act, big hands act.
but it's not being used as agriculture. It's used, it could be that way, but it's not being used that. Well, they're not gonna, because of the water and they're,
Just to see it.
And I feel the same way, because I have real concerns about the explosion of every 40 acres having a greenhouse on it. And I think we should deal with that as a board by creating business parks for grows, for instance. It would be one way to do it. And so that's another issue, though. If we slow it down a little bit, raise more fees, we have more money for enforcement, then at least we've accomplished that. And I think that the regs need another look other than that.
but if we do the 10,000 right now, that's not the fee that Amber quoted, the pending applications, right?
And
You have 5.
If that's the case, then maybe we have to grandfather all those.
2?
I thought when we did the regs, we had to do it as an entire document. That's why we did a moratorium. And we worked the whole document instead of just piecemealing it. That way it offered for ample time for hearing of that instead of we can do this year and then, oh, by the way, we're gonna change this back here. Another, I thought it was all set as one document.
It's
Then we'd go-
easier to keep track of. It's easier for you.
Well, then we
guys
should
to
just leave it the
know.
way it is and have public comment and change after the public comment.
And it's easier for you guys to keep track of what you guys.
Because I mean, if you guys really do think about it, if our cutoff is Thursday of this week, after that cutoff date, you guys are not going to be seeing anything until January anyways. So that's kind of something. to think about too.
So it,
But you might get more applications.
Correct. Yeah.
But what do you, if you get more applications, what are you gonna quote them as a fee? Well,
It'd still be the 5 unless you guys raised it.
and we haven't decided that yet.
No, but we did have the public hearing, so we could.
Mhm.
But, and then offering it back to the public for further comment on all the other provisions that are left. I think.
I would kind of think we should do it as a whole, yeah. Now that I think about it, being on planning commission, that can be a nightmare.
easy to track.
It can be a nightmare piecemealing it, you're right. I think we should leave it the way it is and have a public comment period. I mean, and then go from there.
Well, you know, the one thing that people have looked at out there, especially the growers, is the fee, right? So if we put this off for another 3 months or whatever, till the 1st of January, people are gonna try to get in before January 1st and pay that lower fee.
Yeah.
It's just like saying, hey, the invitation's out there, better get in now. And I think we're losing an opportunity to get some revenue, but
That's
Well, how-
why I allowed it.
Yeah.
But then they're gonna say, yeah, we'd like to get in on the old fee, but now we can't. We have to wait. We have to wait because now there's a moratorium.
No, there'll still be an opportunity for them to come back in January. So you're gonna get the increase in fee. And
I
we-
did- I
the
just don't-
commissioners have not had a chance to really review the list.
I'm
We've taken
totally,
public comment, so I would move to put a moratorium in place today at 1:20 or 1:40 in the afternoon on marijuana rates until December 1st. That would give us time to go through and review the rest, get additional public comment, and look at the fee structure.
Is there a required time period that you have to respond once they've applied and paid?
Say that again?
Is there a required time period that you have to respond, say yes or no on their permit? Once they apply, in other words, that you shall do that within 14 or 21 days, or there is nothing like that?
No, just the people that have already paid turned in, they'll be on the planning commission meetings agenda. They will still see the last few. But the people that we're going to turn in Thursday, possibly Thursday, I mean, there's no stipulation saying this moratorium will affect them.
There's no response time that you're required to meet, though, once they apply.
It'll just, the people that have already applied will move forward, and then anyone who hasn't applied.
Let me ask it a different way. If I apply and pay you today, is there a certain amount of time that you have to either deny or grant me the permit? You being the, not you, I always say you,
we have
you
to
say
do-
it's not me, Brett, that the planning commission has to respond.
We have a year, so if someone were to apply today, there would be a full year before they can finish their application.
and the planning commission meets once a month, the last Thursday of every month.
As long as
So-
there's nothing in the regs saying that they have to do something within a certain time period.
So I'm gonna bring this back on the meeting. There is a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? I think that's no.
I'm really torn on that. I want to, I mean, if we don't put a moratorium, are we gonna have to make a decision on these land use changes by our next meeting or whatever?
No, that's what I said December 1st. Or
If
we
we
can put
don't
it
do
January,
them.
or we can put it January 1st. We can put a deadline out there. That, where we can have time to not be under the gun and look at these and review them and take public comment.
But if we don't do the moratorium, is what I'm saying, then are we basically, since we've already had the public comment period, and we don't do anything else, are we gonna have to make a decision on these land use regs, or we can just table that, or?
You do have as much time to work on the land development code as you want. You're not in a hurry to get that done. Even though we do want to get it done, you guys can take public comment as.
So
long
we
as
can
you
have a public comment in, like, in this month or,
A second
Get it
public
at-
comment for December?
yeah, a second public comment,
Mhm.
like in November,
Mhm.
and have everything decided by December 1st, as far as the regs, without putting a moratorium.
Okay, but so in the meantime, then my response to that is, so everything till the new regs are adopted in the old, under the old fee structure. So there's gonna be, I say, a considerable amount of applications come in the meantime. That's my problem. Under the old fee structure, that we're gonna miss on some of that. And we saw that the last two times we did the regs. So I'll remind the board again, there's a motion on the floor. I'm open to changing the date to January 1st. We can still accomplish this by doing the moratorium. And I heard anybody.
I also don't want to cut off applications totally. I don't feel right with that either.
Yeah, since it's hard
I
to
guess
say.
I can't second it.
Okay, Commissioner Thompson. Okay, motion dies for lack of a second.
But I would make a motion that we go ahead and raise the fee for the application to $10,000. Immediately grandfathering in the 2 applications that you haven't received already. And then send the rest of the changes out for more public comment.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I can live with that. I'll second it.
Okay, discussion. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay, based on the fact that I think we ought to do it as a whole document instead of piecemeal it. Okay. What else, you have, Amber?
We do need to set a public comment date. And are we still doing it at what is currently there?
And what now?
Do we need to have
With what
that
it's current.
so that the planning commission can participate in that? Or, does the planning commission need to hear public comment, or is it just us?
It is just you guys now. Todd did say that it's a no-no to have planning commissions at your meetings, but if you guys want to allow it, because if you kick it back to them, whoever shows at that public comment can't participate.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. He discouraged them from ever, and we never realized that. We were always encouraged to go to county commissioner meetings, and then Todd's like, no, because if that gets kicked back to you, you can't vote on it. And he made, that's a good point. So we would have a public comment for the county commissioners, and we could do it an afternoon at Road and Bridge, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be in mail, just.
So
But
what's
if-
a reasonable time to advertise that?
If you want to do another 30 days, let me see where we're.
We could do it in November.
Yeah,
November. Whatever you. Do you want to do it on November 2nd, or well, that's a meeting though. Is it going to be a public comment? Or a work session
should it be a work session? Right?
with the planning commission or just you guys?
Just
I
us
guess it'd
guys, we
just
don't
be
want
the
the planning
public and
commission.
us, right?
Yeah, we don't want the planning
You guys
commission.
decide.
The only thing that I say is that
You guys decide.
if you guys know you're not going to kick it back to the planning commission, I can allow them to come.
Well, they've asked for changes. We've taken the recommendations. So now it's additional for whatever's out there.
So the 9th would be more than 30 days. That'd give you plenty of time, right?
You can't get it into the Crescent until next week because you have to have it to the Crescent by noon on Mondays.
How about the Eagle?
16th is the
They
regular
are not
meeting.
the official.
Like I said,
Oh,
it's right
okay.
opposite of work session.
But I mean, we still would
So the
advertise in other.
23rd?
It's for
Right, but
Thanksgiving.
in order
days
to
before.
meet it, you have
Yeah.
to do it in
So
the
you
Crescent.
guys-
Do we have a meeting scheduled for the 23rd?
Of November?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Oh, yeah.
the 23rd is fine with me.
It's okay with me.
Okay,
so are we
we're
doing
gonna
it as a work session? Sorry, Tim.
Is it public comment and work session?
And we should probably have it at Road and Bridge that
do-
day.
So what would the board like for it to say for comments?
You're supposed to meet with the department heads again for budgets that day too. So I need a time.
So that would be at Road and Bridge already.
Yeah,
So let's fit it in around that.
public comment on the new land use, land code regulations. And where are they? Are they published somewhere now? Are they on our website?
Mhm.
So part of the ad should say, go to the website to review them.
Yeah, I do have.
The paper,
Paper, Facebook.
Eagle, Center Post, and you're gonna have to print bills, the suggestions, and the additional new
Now,
comments.
do you have to print the whole code, or can you just print the actual pieces that are being changed?
I don't publish what's being changed in the paper. That would be too much. But it does say that we're open from 8 to 4. You can come and pick them up at the county building, or you can view them on the website. The posting is just letting them know that there's a public hearing going on for the land development code, and then to view it either on the website or pick a copy up at the land use office.
And those copies, or if they go on our website, the changes are in red on the website, right?
Red
Like
and
they
blue.
were.
Yes.
for us, okay. So people will know what's being attempted to be changed.
Yes.
Amber, is it the 23rd?
Yes, they haven't chosen time.
We haven't got the date yet, Sandia.
Okay.
Good. All right, commissioners.
The 23rd, okay?
Works for me.
Do you guys
Okay with
want a
me.
time?
Huh?
A time?
Yeah, that's what we haven't figured out.
What time is the department head scheduled for?
Well, we have public lands that morning, which is always that, probably 10
So
or
1 o'clock,
10:30 probably.
right after lunch?
1 o'clock,
We probably better do it later in the day.
2 o'clock on the 23rd.
Just to give you time to do the updates and go through that. Budget.
Oh, the budget, okay. 2 o'clock, okay?
Works for me.
2 o'clock, okay with you?
I'll be there.
But will you be there
I'll be
too?
there. I'll be there the whole day.
But 2 o'clock, okay?
I'll be there.
Okay. So 23rd at 2 o'clock. Right?
Let's do it
Do I
at
have
2
to do a
o'clock.
motion to
2
do that
o'clock.
or?
Let's just.
If you're
direct it
doing
to-
it as a public hearing, it does need to be a motion.
Okay, I move.
Or you're not doing it as a work session?
We're doing a public hearing after the work session.
After the work session. Or after the work session.
Okay.
Or during, whatever.
What?
We have to break it off into two separate parts.
Okay, that's
Like we
right.
did last time, remember?
So
So
will
I
your work
move-
session, sorry.
No, go
I just
ahead.
have one question. So will your work session be for you guys to discuss before the public hearing? Or do you guys just want to do a straight public hearing to get more public comment?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'd like
That's
to
what
do.
we
Okay, that would be a
Public
public,
hearing, get
that would
more
just be a
public
public.
comment.
Because I was under the impression that the work session was for the budget.
Oh, sorry, Tim.
No.
Well, that's in the
Yeah.
morning.
I thought that.
Yeah, but still, what's going to carry on in the afternoon? Because
And remember, we're
some of that
setting,
budget.
and we're setting aside an hour during our work sessions to do this sort of
Whatever we might want to do, so that could be that hour, 1 to 2
Yeah.
o'clock, and so then at 2 o'clock we'll break and we'll do public input.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
how long
So
do
we want a public hearing on the new land use codes
At 1 p.m.
at 1 o'clock,
1 till 2. Let's put it deadline so they didn't break it up.
1 to 2.
Okay, not at 2. All right.
So I move on November 23rd, from 1 to 2 o'clock, we have a public hearing. On November 23rd, from 1 to 2 o'clock at the Road and Bridge Building. We will be having a public hearing on the new land use codes.
Proposals.
New land use proposals?
Mhm.
The proposed new land use code.
Second.
Okay, second, okay. I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sandia, did you get all that?
Yeah, it's now 1 to 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it. Thanks for your help.
You bet. All right.
Okay, the next is item 4, and I would need to go into executive.
Okay, before we go to item 4, I was approached yesterday by the president of the Lazy KB Estates that they would like to have permission to go and clean lot 2, block 5.
Mhm.
If it's okay with the county, give them permission to go clean that up. They would gladly do that. So, commissioners?
Go for it.
So this is a lot that the county owns,
Yes.
and they want to clean it up
Yes,
at their expense.
that's how I interpret that, yes.
Yeah, the trash is encroaching on our county-owned lot, and they're gonna clean up the what's encroached on the county lot as well as the lot that has the blight.
I'm all for that.
Okay.
So, what are we going to executive session?
Personnel.
Okay, I move that we go into executive session for personnel issues under CRS 24-6-402 sub 4 sub F sub I.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.